Holy Emmanuel Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Call for virtual reference in the virtual courts of Rastafari. Up,
Reverence, reverence.
reverence in the virtual courts of Rastafari. Up from the grave he arose with a mighty triumph o'er his foes. He arose a victor from the dark domain and shall live forever with his saint to reign the black Christ, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us, brethren and sisters, to dwell together in unity and love. Like the precious ointment upon our head and went down unto our beard, even Aaron's beard and went down unto the skirts of his garments. As the dew of full man is descend upon the mountain of Zion, from where the Lord commanded his majesty blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. O Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah who seated in Zion and reign the hearts of all flesh. How thou most thy eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. Death cannot keep his prey. Nikos, my Savior. He tore the bars away, the black Christ. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. I said, love my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for life and the life giver. Give thanks for the EABIC, Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, and the Church of True Divine Salvation, with our leader, our president, our God, and our King, the three in one and one in three, ruler of earth, sky, and sea. Marcos I, Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah,
Ah,
Rastafari. Welcome,
Rastafari.
welcome, welcome, one and all, my Lord and Empress. And we will continue with our opening hymn by our beloved matriarch, 152 from the Sacred Songs and Solos. Low in the grave he lay. The Majesty Empress Miriam, bless.
My Lord, blessed love royal family. Give thanks, for another day. Thanks to Jah Rastafari and his mighty full love, honorable family. Give thanks. Yes, honorable priest, go ahead.
Look,
Translate.
yes, you know, hear me?
Me just I hear could you repeat,
Yeah, we
please?
just hear
Okay,
you now.
all right. Low in the grave he lay.
Low in the grave he lay,
Jesus, my Savior,
far right say, Negus,
waiting
my
the coming day.
Savior. Waiting is coming
Jesus, my
day.
Lord.
For I say, Negus, my
Up from the grave
Lord.
he arose.
Up from the grave he
With a mighty
arose
triumph over his foes.
with a mighty triumph over his
He arose a
foe.
victor from the dark domain.
He arose a victor from the dark
And shall live forever with his saints to
domain,
reign.
and jolly forever with his
He
saints
arose, he
to
arose.
reign. He arose. He
Hallelujah, Jah arose.
arose. Hallelujah. Christ
Vainly they watch his
arose.
bed.
Let him watch his
Me, God,
bed.
my Savior.
For I say, Negus, my
Vainly they seal the
Savior.
dead.
If, say it again, please. He,
Vainly they seal the dead.
he is ill the
Jesus, my
dead.
Lord.
For I say, Negus, my
Up from the grave he
Lord.
arose.
Up from the grave he
With a mighty triumph
arose.
o'er his foes.
Oh, with a mighty triumph over his
He arose
foes.
a victor from the dark domain.
He arose a victor from the
And shall
dark
live forever with his saints to
domain,
reign.
and shall live forever with his
He
saints to
arose.
reign. He arose. He
Hallelujah, Christ
arose.
arose.
Hallelujah. Christ
For us
arose.
humming, it's the opening hymn.
Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm,
Up
mm,
from the
mm,
grave he
mm,
arose.
mm. Up from the grave he
With a mighty triumph
arose
over his foes.
with a mighty triumph over
He
his
arose a
foes.
victor from the dark domain.
He arose a victory from the dark
And shall live forever with his
domain,
saints to reign.
and shall live forever with his saints to
He arose, he arose.
reign. He arose. He
Hallelujah, Christ arose.
arose. Hallelujah. Christ
Death cannot keep his
arose.
prey.
Death cannot keep his
Negus, my
praise.
Savior.
For I say, Negus, my
He tore the bars
Savior.
away.
He towards the bar
Negus, my
away.
Lord.
For I say, Negus, my
Up from the grave he
Lord.
arose, coming down.
Up from the grave he
With a mighty
arose.
triumph over his
Oh,
foes.
with a mighty triumph over his
He
foes.
arose a victor from the dark domain.
He arose a victor from the
And
dark
shall live forever with his saints to
domain,
reign.
and shall live forever with his
He
saints to
arose, he arose.
reign. He
Put him down.
arose. He
Hallelujah, Christ
arose.
arose.
Hallelujah. Christ arose. Hosanna, holy Mount Zion, Zion, Zion high, Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion, mighty Redeemer, wonderful Savior, Christ arose, Jehovah, Jah,
Yeah.
Rastafari,
Rastafari.
my Lord and
Rastafari.
Empress. Give thanks, Chair, and
Give
everyone. Blessed
thanks,
Lord.
Honorable Miriam, with your angelic voice.
My Lord, glorify.
Yes, my Lord and Empress. So we do give thanks for the resurrection, Jah arose. Means to say, I and I arise out of the little miseducation and false doctrine that they try to put in us. And give thanks for the Black Christ salvation, who can put us on the King's Highway, Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yes, Honorable Empress Trisha, Royal Tech, roll call. Give thanks for the roll call. Honorable Empress.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for this blessed day. Give thanks for all things to come and all things that have passed. Today is April 5th, 2026. Roll call for the EABIC Council of Elders. Honorable Priest Imesley.
Majesty bless.
Honorable Priest Rasavana.
Present, blessed.
Honorable Priest Earl,
Come on, one perfect love.
Honorable Priest Adigan,
Lord and Empress, President Royal Family.
Honorable Priest Seven,
My Lord and Empress.
Honorable Empress Miriam,
My Lord and Empress, blessed love, give thanks.
Bobo Ken.
I'm sorry about that. Honorable Prophet Bobo Ken is present. Honorable Empress Miriam,
Yes, Honorable Empress, give thanks.
Honorable Empress Lily May,
Blessed love, one and all.
Honorable Empress Akim,
Blessed love, royal family.
we have someone that is a Zoom user. Would you identify yourself?
It's Honorable Priest Whitman, Honorable Family, blessed love.
Blessed love, Honorable Priest Rittman. And we have Samsung, do we still have it? SMA065M.
No, that's me there. That's me right there. That's me right there.
That is you. Okay,
Yes,
so
that's me.
whom is the Zoom user? Your mic is unmuted.
My number show by Zoom user, Priest Barry.
Honorable Priest Barry, my Lord. Let me see someone. Honorable Prophet Okito.
Blessed love, Honorable Empress. Love y'all.
Honorable I Ras Levi.
Yes, sir, Rastafari, blessed.
And myself, Honorable Empress Trisha. Please let the record reflect that we have 13 members present at opening. My Lord and Empress. We ask that once do stay hydrated. Get your glass of water, your coconut water, whatever it is that you need to take you throughout the rest of the program. Remember to keep yourself hydrated. We also ask that if you have any questions, you have your pen and pad ready to write down those questions. Please be reminded that today, specifically today's program, will be an interactive program. So we will be interacting throughout the entire program. We will not wait until a question and answer segment. We will be interacting. Also, for all ones, we are live streaming on YouTube on the EABIC Council of Elders YouTube channel. We ask that you subscribe, like, share, comment, and thank you for watching. As I continue with today's inspiration. Today's inspiration is coming from our beloved sister, Queen Sister Ayanla Van Zandt from the Acts of Faith. As long as you can find someone else to blame for anything you are doing, you cannot be held accountable or responsible for your growth or the lack of it. Son Bear saying. People of color must stop blaming everyone else for their current condition in the world. We cannot forget our history. We cannot forget the past. We know there are forces that oppose us, but because they oppose us does that mean they have won. We must stop believing what has been said, I pray. We must stop believing what has been said to and about us. We must take full responsibility for what we are. Many people of color are afraid to look at the lessons we must learn from the past. If we do not learn the lessons, we will continue to repeat the class. We have a reason to be angry. We have a reason to be afraid. But there's absolutely no reason for us to remain where we are. When we want to rise, we will. When we are ready to grow, we can. The only thing holding us in place right now are the things we do not do. If I continue to blame them for where I have been, I can only blame me for where I go. Continuing. Dr. John Henry Clark, you will never know who you are in the world until you know thyself. Continuing. We are descendants of the past. We are descendants of the parent race, Africans transported to a new land. We are African Americans, African Caribbeans, African Latinos, and Africans natively. Over the course of the last 20 years, we have become eager to embrace our ancestral roots. That is good. It is not good, however, that we continue to define our Africanness in concepts foreign to us. We claim the music, the dance, the art, the clothing, yet we become uncomfortable about discussing the so-called dark side of the motherland, the rituals, sacrification, wearing leaves and animal skins, root medicine, bones in the nose, animal sacrifice, plates in the lips, and tribalism. We shy away from what we have come to understand is still unacceptable by other standards. We must study ourselves for ourselves. Until that time, it will remain difficult, confusing, and uncomfortable to accept or reject the place we call mother. From my darkness comes the light. My Lord and Empress, Holy Emmanuel I, Queen Omega I, Jah.
Rastafari.
I turn this over to the chair. My Lord.
Majesty blessed, Honorable Empress Trisha, our royal technician. We give thanks for such inspirational words, and as we continue moving forward, is that a video or a voice note?
Sorry, it will be a voice note. If you have
Okay.
anything to say before I play.
No, not that, Mother say give thanks for such royal, inspiring words. And one of the key things what stick out it where you say there, we can blame people for what have been, but you can't blame me for now. You're responsible for now. So we give thanks for that recognition of our responsibility. And moving forward, you can continue with the voice note, Honorable Empress.
Blessed.
Greetings, family. I recently discovered this article and I would like to share it with the conscious minds. The title is A Rastafari New Faculty of Interpretation. The question posed is the Bible the Word of God? Continuing reading. Most reggae musicians, Rastafarian or otherwise, accept that it is. Like any other Jamaicans, we were all taught to believe that there was no teaching of morality or history outside of the Bible. In writing this article, I am aware that it might go against the perception of you, the reader. May you keep an open, searching mind as you continue reading my reasoning. When Rastafarians began the quest to find self, the only book that was available to us was the Bible, and so the totality of what we understood to be true was based primarily on interpretation of this book. Even the idea of Haile Selassie I as an African god was justified and validated by the Bible. We as African people, brought here from Africa under inhumane conditions, were forced to live, even now, without any kind of identity. This was also justified through the Bible by the European invaders and those Africans who sought to rationalize this enslavement by declaring that it was an act of God. Influence of this book runs deep. Over the years, Rastafarians declared themselves to be Israelites as referred to in the Old Testament, so that words and phrases such as Zion, Promised Land, the wicked Pharaoh, and Jah became part of the language of the Rastafarian movement. What I am really trying to say here is that our own religious knowledge goes back no further than the 6,000-year history presented by the Bible. From Genesis to the beginning of this century, according to the Bible, is 6,000 years. History and archaeological evidence prove that Ethiopia and Egypt existed thousands of years before that, much, much more than a mere 6,000 years. Rastafarians have been very influential because of our music and cultural practices. For Rastafarians to move forward in this time, we will have to go beyond the Bible. We can no longer continue to justify Haile Selassie I's divinity through the Davidic link. Ethiopia existed thousands of years before Abraham walked out of the Ur or Chaldees. Even Egypt, which has been demonized by the authors of the Old Testament, existed thousands of years before Israel. We cannot continue to close out other information that is not in line with the Bible. The Bible is just one set of people's understanding of human behavior and personality. The events recorded in the Bible are on the periphery of African knowledge. Stories recorded in the Bible have their genesis in other indigenous people's folk tales. What we are taking as history is other people's mythology. In Ethiopia, whether by design or accident, the church has not gone beyond the story of Solomon and Sheba to justify Ethiopia's presence in history. We can clearly see that there was a deliberate attempt to erase the feminine representation of Ethiopia's personality, and this resulted in a rise in a system of patriarchy that was very alien to African culture. One would conclude that Ethiopia's religious beginning starts with the union of Makeba and Solomon, but the only information received about Makeda is that she worshipped the sun and that she conceived for Solomon. The significance of the Queen of Sheba's visit to Solomon is very important in validating Ethiopia's link with a Jewish heritage, because this is used to substantiate Ethiopia's true monarchy and as so, the Godhead linkage. A return to the feminine principle is very important in the unraveling of our ancient spirituality. What we have professed has helped us so far, but it's up to us to now move it further. We can no longer be like Christian fundamentalists, or Islamic fundamentalists for that matter, who are stuck in a history that does not provide them with an understanding of new thoughts and new lifestyles. We are living in a new era of information, a time when one can travel from London to New York in 3 hours, when one can click a switch and illuminate a stadium filled with thousands of people. A time when a person committing a crime in one part of the world can be viewed instantaneously in another through modern technology. Given what I know now, I refuse to accept this limited view of Ethiopia and its contribution to world spirituality, because this view has stagnated our concept of religion in Africa and how we relate to other cultures. I refuse to keep validating my perception of the divinity of Haile Selassie I through an Israelite God. Ideas of emperors being gods existed long before the presence of the Israelites in Egypt. We as Rastafarians can find the essence of our spirituality in an Ethiopia and Egypt void of Israelite interpretation. We are the creators of our own destiny. We are the shapers of our future, and our spirituality must reflect this new faculty of interpretation. We must not be afraid of the deep. Rastafari can only continue if we who profess this faith understand that African philosophy and African spirituality cannot be bound in any book. Our need to understand each other and our environment is very crucial in the rationalization of our existence. This can only be realized through clarity of perception. Religion does not offer clarity. What religion offers is a perception, and this perception comes through belief. This belief comes through faith, and as we know, faith is not knowledge. Faith is what we would like our perceptions to be or not to be. Haile Selassie I declares, we must not confuse spirituality with religion. Rastafari must not be bound by religious perceptions because this will cause stagnation of the movement and thereby create fundamentalism. We must be open to the different cultures of Africa and not demonize them because of biblical interpretations. The journey is never ending, and the race is not for the swift. There are many rivers to cross, and so much trouble in the world. We will have to wake up and live. Rastafari must continue to rock the boat with a new faculty of interpretation. Written by the Honorable Muta Baruka.
Yes, give thanks.
My Lord.
And we
Give
can,
thanks.
Honorable Priest Savannah, and we can have a conversation here.
Blessed love, royal family. Give thanks again for this resurrection period. Give thanks for the victory of good over evil. Give thanks to our Father who taught us in this way, the Right Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, the Black Christ, Holy Emmanuel I, Haile Selassie I, Jah,
Rastafari.
Give thanks also for our Mother of Creation, whose Earth Day we are still celebrating at this moment. Mama Omega I, Haile Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Yes, family, I and I just wanted to share that narrative with the family to spark a conversation for I and I to think, beyond the boundaries that we have been boxed in for many decades. It's a new era in which we find ourselves with a lot of things happening, a lot of prophecies that we were told by our elders are now upon us, fulfilling. And to understand where we are and to understand how we must function within this era, we have to go beyond those boundaries. And when I say the boundaries, I and I know how to use the prophecy, the Bible, because as our Father taught us, our liberty is based on a hymn book and a Bible chart. But that does not limit our understanding, and that should not limit our search for knowledge. We cannot just get complacent and comfortable in just accepting a book that has been written for many millennia, even though the messages are still relevant, because most of the messages are messages of morality, how to, live I and I liberty, how to treat one another, and so forth and so on. But that alone does not make a wholesome person, does not create the balanced human that we need to be. That's why the Emperor Haile Selassie I said, I and I must seek secular knowledge. Secular knowledge is general knowledge of creation and life. And that is not just found in one book. And as the narrative said, I and I liberty cannot be bound in any book because it's a lived experience. It's not a studied experience or a drafted liberty. See? Because coming into Rastafari, we all knew the narrative that it is an inborn concept. An inborn concept is not something that you can read in a book. A book can help you to guide yourself, if it is properly written with morality and standards, but it cannot reflect an experience in life. No book can replace the experience of the elders. That's why the old narrative says, when we lose an elder, we lose a library or a chewberry. See? And when we have elders among us, we have a well of knowledge that we can dip into. See? That makes reading the book more understandable because the elders, they share their interpretation of their life experience. And when we are reading books now that are compiled with certain knowledge, we can reflect on what our ancients have said and we can understand more what we are reading. So today we want to have an open discussion. This is not a lecture. It is not a service. This is an open dialogue where we want to share our understanding of what we are discussing. And I would like to hear from everyone. Everyone must have a say. You must have a thought. You must have a perspective that you are holding to or you have seen within yourself. See, share that with I and I. That we all at the end of today's program can be a little more clearer, and we can know each other a little better. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
Majesty bless, my Lord, to give thanks for such a reasoning. And it is like, uh, response from everyone, as we say, share the thoughts. So we'll open the floor right here, my Lord and Empress.
Love my Lord and Empress.
Blessed.
Thanks for life. My Lord. The history of today become the events of tomorrow. Has been taught through many ages. First of all, do give thanks for life. Do give thanks for our mother, Empress Mene Asfor. Do give thanks for His Imperial Majesty, His Royal Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie. Do give thanks for this Congress. Shorten it.
I don't mean to interrupt the royal priest, but since the chair did not declare who the eye is, just for the live streaming and for once, if the eye could just refer to the eye self, declare who this is.
I am Honorable Kes meaning priest, Asukili Adiganadofo, member of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress.
My Lord.
My Lord. As it go, it's a touchy subject at times because sometimes Rastafari, from my eye view, monopolize the emperor. The emperor has a precise thought pattern as a human being. And His Majesty's faith was dear to him, i.e., that Christian faith. The man refers to the Bible. I'm not Bible bashing, I'm just going from the emperor's perspective because I've seen things, I've heard Muta's narratives and many other ones narrative pertaining to new faculty. Actually, Muta Baruka says he got that, the first Rastafari brethren to come with the concept of new faculty was the brethren who them call
Mortimer Planner.
Mortimer Planner. That's the man. He came with it first. And then Muta picked it up and then put his tweak on it. Or some of the words what Muta say was not in that narrative there is not what necessary what Mortimer Planner said. But Muta was inspired by him. So how I look at it now from the Emperor's perspective, he give high credence to the Empress. I ask the question, is the Emperor blindsided? Was the Emperor fooled? Was the Emperor brainwashed, considering he's the Emperor of one of the places in Africa, or the place in Africa, that them said was not colonized by slavery and the slave trade? We know they were infiltrated by outsiders, as we know Robert Napier and these people went down to Magdala and all of these things. But as it relates to Haile Selassie, when His Majesty is given in reasoning, he has said that he traces his lineage beyond Abraham and David to a man named Ori. But that aside, he does not stop validating himself through the Davidic lineage as has been suggested. I don't fully agree. I agree with a lot of the statements, but they are questionable statements also, because if it's fit enough for His Majesty, even remember, look at the analogy His Majesty used after defeating Italy. You say even in the 20th century, David slew Goliath. So why would he use David as an example? That's why I say too much Rastafari brethren try to monopolize Rasta based on how them see things and not the general, right? That's why I say sometimes I don't business for listen to other Rastafari brethren like that again, you know. If them are go against the grain of what His Majesty, I say, sometimes when I analyze Rastafari, rational thinking, we far from the Emperor, right? We far from the Emperor. His Majesty's international observation of international morality is totally different from the mainstream Rastafari. Remember, we born Queen Elizabeth, but His Majesty entertain her. Even not far from to take her hand and kiss her hand back and courtesy and all of them things, the manner of the woman he is. So, new faculty of interpretation. How broad is that statement? Remember, I know, you see that secular knowledge is the secular knowledge thought make me think like this. How did we come to the Bible? Why did Ethiopia accept the Bible? Why does the emperor say that Ethiopia is one of the oldest versions? He never said the oldest. See? Now Rastafari is a brethren who I see put out some books. And he covers a lot of the orthodoxy and the history. Whether it's his personal belief or not, I give thanks for the information, especially that when he wrote his book, The Philosophy and Opinions of the High Priest, and he put forward the dynamics of the Abuna of India who was sick. And the emperor called the council what did meet at Ethos, not Chalcedon, not Nicaea, but the council what met at Ethos.
Honorable
Right?
priest, my lord. True is an open reason, you know. We will have 3 minutes
All
of
right.
time. You could always come again, so that. All right,
Okay,
honorable
all right,
priest.
my lord.
My lord. Honorable priest, our royal timekeeper. Could you keep us in check too, my lord? Majesty bless.
So when me dead then now.
Finish your thoughts.
All right. Yeah, so
Summary. Give
like
me a
I
summary.
said, I just see like, in my opinion, right, a lot of devices. Remember, different houses came out of this move called Rastafari. So much different expressions. And like I says, I've listened to so much narrated that I say to myself, just like God teach me, look to the God in yourself and look at the who you're saying is God and your outlook on life and their outlook on life. And sometimes when I study his majesty speeches and what him deal with, him have a different outlook to life than the many of we. It's like we try to change the character of his majesty to suit ours. And I'm not that presumptuous. Yeah. So give thanks for the reasoning still, you know, and
My Lord, give thanks for your
comfort
input.
my
Give
Lord and
thanks for
my
your input.
that's it.
Honorable priest. Yes, glorify. Floor is open.
Well, if
Honorable
I will jump in here if until
floor.
anyone else
I
chooses
floor
to.
recognize Honorable priest Rastafari, my Lord.
Lord, give thanks. Yeah, I will jump in here until once, anyone that wants to come in, just make a beacon and I will cease my sound because I want to hear from all of the items. But I just want to address one and two things that the honorable priest said before we move on. The the narrative, I can't speak for the brethren, the honorable Mutabaruka, but I can speak to the narrative, my understanding. And in reasoning with him over the years, because he's a virgin of I and we have had many intense discussions. Like he said, he's not trying to change anyone's mind. It's not, he amplifies the emperor. He's not anti the emperor and the emperor's way. And he has quoted from the emperor, even within this narrative, to say, he says, don't confuse religion with spirituality. Now, you said something that is very valuable in understanding the new faculty of understanding. The emperor traces his line way before the Bible. Way before the Bible. The Ethiopian history that has been hidden, that has been, ostracized, goes way beyond the Bible. The first, saying that they have the oldest Bible, if you read the real Ethiopian Bible, not a lot of those that you see selling on the internet right now. Those are versions of versions and interpretations. But the original set of narrative coming out of Ethiopia, the Ethiopian Book of the Light, and all those books, you will see that they go beyond the Bible narrative. And this is what the Honorable Virgin is pointing us to say, let us not, because most Rastafari are locked into just the narrative of the Bible, and only the narrative of the Bible we use to validate I and I liberty. And what the Virgin is saying is certainly correct. Our liberty goes way beyond 6,000 years. Ethiopia's being valuable in the present world is not locked into those 6,000 years. It goes beyond that. If we study the Batawi priests and the whole tradition of the ancient priests of Ethiopia, they are the ones that brought this whole concept of religion to the world. Because remember now, most ones get their understanding out of Egypt. Egypt is the daughter of Ethiopia. It first started that whole philosophy, the understanding of mathematics and theology and all of that started up in the higher region, and it flowed and culminated in Egypt. And from Egypt, it was disseminated to the world. See? So what the Virgin is saying to us, as Rastafari, we are stuck. And we all, if we can't see that, every house, the whole movement of Rastafari has been stuck for a couple decades now. We cannot move beyond, regurgitating everything, just like how you find among I and I. It is always about what King Emmanuel said and what King Emmanuel didn't say. We cannot go beyond that. We cannot see for ourselves where we can carry this from the lowland to the highland, because the Father King Emmanuel taught us this. He says that the Congress is to rise from lowland to highland. That means it's a constant rise, different phases and constant rise. So must our spirituality. See, but we are stopped We become fundamentalists if we cannot incorporate other knowledges. If we're not reading the Ethiopian Book of the Light, and the Egyptian Book of the Dead are coming forth by day and night, if we are
My
not
Lord.
incorporating other books into our narrative, then we become stuck. Majesty
My
bless.
Lord. Chair,
Honorable.
the chair recognize Honorable Priest Rickman, my lord.
Oh, bless the love, royal family. Give thanks for this moment. Give thanks for this high listening, Yeah, give thanks for the Ethiopia After Black International Congress, established by our father. Give thanks for the Lent period, going through celebration and perseverance. Give thanks for everything black and beautiful. Holy Emmanuel, last year, yeah.
Rastafari. I'll lift them up while you maybe you can come closer to your mic so we can hear you clearly, Honorable Priest.
True. Blessed love. Yes, give thanks for this topic as we just celebrate a resurrection, And I always say, resurrection is from the womb, not from the tomb, And resurrection is us from a lower state to a higher state within meditation, within principle, and then going forward, how we deal with one another, it's a form of resurrection. But for myself to see I believe that someone was there in the tomb and resurrect 3 days later. I don't see that. To me personally, that don't make sense. I read it in the book and we celebrate resurrection. I don't believe in up from the grave you rose. That's my view to take on that as a person in my own self. So I understand we don't like you say in same said way, and I think that way. And Emmanuel shows us that the book is symbolic. So we have to have a whole great understanding when it comes to the book. Of course, we see where His Majesty quote Satan quotation out the King James Version. And we say Ethiopia was colonized, but Ethiopia was colonized, but it wasn't colonized militarily, but it was colonized spiritually for almost before any part of the continent. It's when you go up in Ethiopia, everybody get away Jesus in the car or in the bumper sticker or in the house. So Ethiopia was colonized spiritually, seriously. So the interpretation which y'all give us to say, well, even when we heading back home, y'all see me get rid of the book. You know what I'm saying? So understanding, praise God. And I was telling some brethren in the camp the other day, I say, okay, literally, they say, this is a small point. They say, when Christ had the teaching on the hill where he say you feed 5,000 persons from
Sermon on the Mount.
Sermon on the Mount with 2 fish and 2 body loaves, something like that. So I asked them, we're in the camp, Sam would go, and I say, so you think only one woman had enough sense to give us all her son some lunch? I see when we go to school, and the school only getting only have less than 100 persons. Over 85% of the parents give the children lunch to take to school. So how come there's only one woman? So I asked only a piece of it. Then I say, you literally believe that he asks who have lunch, and they come up with this one young man with his lunch, and they say you pray for this, and this feed 5,000 and have 12 baskets left over. And people said to me, say, well, anything is possible with God. So I said, well, we have to make sense. You know what I'm saying? You still have to make sense. So Emmanuel teaches how to think, how to interpret, how to interpret the Bible in its true sense. I mean, and how to study and how to say, well, this makes sense and this don't make no sense. And as we get more mature, we have to realize that. And that's the only way we can move forward and don't get stuck. Because none of us stuck within in the King James Version. And then they say, then we say like just exactly what Jah defend. Jah said, those Jah say him back in Bible, but still understanding when the reporter asks Jah, which is his religion, Jah say freedom, redemption, international repatriation. And so that belief, Jah move us from the belief these things to know what makes sense and what's the truth. So yeah, we have to continue going spiritually, not religiously, and that's what makes me become bold. Because I see the God in myself. That's how I see Emmanuel as the God said me. I see Emmanuel for me to just bow down and pray to, and I don't see myself as a God in myself to get trained by this elder who's the elder God in flesh, so I can become God in flesh also. That's what makes me become bold, not say I like to say so that's the pray to, and I'm not a God in flesh. That's why when I come to the culture, I say, "Blessed love my Lord, blessed love honor
My Lord.
so
Give
in that
thanks.
time, so give thanks. That's my 5 cents I'm gonna put in there. So give thanks. You said 3 minutes. My 3 minutes are gone.
At the
Okay.
royal timekeeper, so it will make we know.
That's well said.
Priest Earl,
That's well said.
honorable
That's well.
timekeeper.
Give
My
thanks.
But
Lord.
well said, my lord. Well said, honorable priest
Yes,
from
sir.
Bahama. Yeah, man,
Yes,
well
Lord.
said.
Give thanks.
Chair recognize honorable priest Adigan.
Yeah, blessed Lord, do give thanks. But when so saying, I hear the priest saying, but is not King Emmanuel the one directly to certain things? Because even when Christmas time, we sing joy to the world and all of these hymns, yeah? Through the hymn book and the Bible, right? Because yes, we can question things, and I man know, say, there are many of us round that who don't see certain things what the man did bring. And nothing is wrong with that, because the Father say you have to look to the God in yourself. See? But there's been a narrative, what was said from earlier, about from King Emmanuel set it can't change, and we know that that's not true. But this is the thing now. As Congress, we have a trinity what the rest of the world don't follow. A prophet, the priest, and the king. And these are not just, they're not made up figures, they're real people. Marcus Garvey, King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, and Emperor Haile Selassie. You know, for all of the core mainstream of Rastafari, Emperor Haile Selassie is the Almighty without apology, right? Life experience, I have reason with many other Rastafari, and them tell I blatantly say, you put the prince over the emperor too much. You understand? And these are the things I face as a Baba Shanti. You understand? And sometimes, like a one, we have to like revisit certain reasoning, like when we say the people above all organizations, right? But yet, I said it in a program earlier without being disrespectful to the Congress, that when it comes to the education and the history of Kadamawi Haile Selassie, the Congress has shown itself to be the weakest link globally in the knowledge of Kadamawi Haile Selassie. I'm not talking a few individuals, i.e. myself, Priest Rasavan and others who have done extensive research and have a certain level and a depth knowledge of Haile Selassie. I'm talking the mainstream don't have that knowledge, and it's through the council of elders now where that knowledge of Haile Selassie and the kingdom of Ethiopia is coming to the forefront through the Congress. And that is a good look. But in the beginning, yes, because I was in the courts before, and Priest Vernon made a statement, and it didn't sit well with me because people started to attack me. Because I used to emphasize a lot on the emperor. And Priest Vernon said, coming like his only Priest Adigan and Priest Bandula, I know about Haile Selassie in this camp. And I man look at Priest Vernon and say, my lord, how you put him on the spot like that? People now go look upon that as no positive statement for you, Rasta. Why you go do that? I have to ask him why him do that. Because I now look no glory. Or take the next man glory. You understand? I want to be the humble servant where the master come and tell me if he come. to the table rather than to force myself around the table as we read in the parables of the same Jesus Christ. You know, see it. So, my Lord, you see everything what we see going off in this earth, it was fashioned and done before half of us even came here. That is why these concepts of new faculty of interpretation, because i.e., a lot of us is not first-hand witnesses to this creation.
Fine.
So we're going off with what people say. So my Lord and Empress, do give thanks.
My Lord, blessed Lord, the floor is open, my Lord. So, you know, when we look at history, as we say, we are older than the Bible. Jah always talk about the first Bible, and he said that we heart. I always hear Jah talk about the first Bible, which is in our heart, you know, natural livity order. So we are challenging ourselves, you know, because as we know, those 66 books is not the all in all, you know. So we are just challenging ourselves to, you know, and not even like you're going out there like you're looking for thing, you know. But the spirit of the Almighty God, the spirit of wisdom and knowledge and understanding, the universe that dwells in us all, brings those things to us from desire it in our heart. We have to see certain things, so we must have this discerning heart now and understanding spirit, where we can look and hear it or see things and understand it and even see what is in it for us. Put it that way. You know, as Marcus said, read everything, but take out what is for you and leave the rest. So the floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
To the chair.
You know?
Yes, thank you.
My Lord, I believe, blessed.
The floor. Priest Imsy, do you acknowledge the Virgin?
Acknowledge Honorable Priest 7th, and then after that, Honorable Priest Earl.
Yes, my Lord and Empress, thanks. I don't believe that the only book Rastafari had to work with was the Bible. You know, Rastafari chose to limit themselves to the Bible, but from that time, it had all those other books. You know, missing books, Apocrypha, Maccabees, and all of those other books. Marcus Garvey, Philosophy and Opinions, Message to the People. Marcus Garvey would never leave us without books. You see it, and if it's not his book he wanted to read, him would have says still read good books. You see it. So if we were just following the teaching, taking direction from our patriarchs, we would have been on the right, we would have stayed on the right track from that time. But we just limit ourselves. You see it? Now, when it comes to the Bible now, the Bible is a storybook, a history book and a story form, meaning to say allegory, right? It is a story based on a true story. You see it? So if we don't understand the symbolism, that don't mean the book is bad. You see it? It is going to bring a confusion when we bring it across like that, because His Majesty say, for him part and glory in the Bible, and the Honorable King Emmanuel say him book and Bible. You see it? So have a negative and a positive in everything, and have a right and a wrong way to interpret everything. You see it? So when it comes to that book, you know, it's just like any other book. Pull out the right, leave out the wrong. You see it? And it's only when we take the story literal, that is when the wrong interpretation comes. You see it? So as His Majesty say, and I must glory in the Bible same way on my Lord and Empress. Right? Because at the end of the day, the hidden truth is still there. And from and I could tell the interpretation and the symbolism. We'll get an understanding. And the book could relate to other things too. You understand? So My Lord and Emperor, just I'm out of here. I'll come back.
And I will praise, give thanks. Jericho night and I will praise Earl. And I will praise Earl. You can unmute your mic.
Yes, Royal family. When I came to the camp, right?
Yes, John.
You got some individual that Uncle see Marcus, yeah, they did not see the emperor, and they did not see the high priest. You see? But even the high priest said that was still a glory. And many don't reach that stage. I just even see the prophet, right? The man said, no, if you see the prophet and you see the king, that is the next step up also. You see it? It's not everyone where I see the Trinity. Some see only the prophet, some see the king, right? But if you see now, like the prophet, the priest, and the king, which is not new, because we know we have statuette where you see three individuals, the Father in the middle, you have Set, and you have Horus on the other side. Well, them that say one is positive and one is negative, but the Father in the middle. So when it comes on to the Trinity of three male, you know, those things are in statuette, you know, already that you could go and see them, whether you say, Kemet, you know, or where you go. You see it? So, what time religion come in and what time spirituality come in? Because I show that spirituality came in from your birth. Religion now is something of a reset. If you look out of yourself, you see it, and as long as you can look out of yourself, the any help, you know, I think there, so the religion come in. Because the black man without apology and also the black woman, it is, you know, we are gods. You know, some people maybe don't love to say God, you understand, but I think that people understand what we mean when we say we are gods, you know. We are the sons and daughters of the Almighty. That means don't say, like we say lightning, not all the while lightning by flash. It is good to use good words. That good words come forward to us. You see, so I don't see much problem in other sister people, their mindset, right? Because in the early days, the Rasta man was not reading man, he was more of a spiritual man, what his mind said, right? Much reading, I don't think say it was there because you see a man go through to read, you know, to end slavery. So it wasn't like something that man, you know, could have just read. You see him go through, you know, if you take up a book, if them catch you taking up a book. And when they do give you a book, you know, and them program your mind. So even those reading individual, if you don't wise, you become forward a system dog to the system. You see it? So we have to still give thanks to Rastafari, what we see Rastafari. No matter even the stock where we see stuck in car, sometimes it might seem like it's stuck, right? But all of these things where it seem like us stuck, they are playing with us, you know. But give thanks that I and I have our Father. You see, even when you know, it seems so confused. The man say, you know, you have to reach that deepness, where internal. That means that God within. You see, you know, look out at yourself, you know. So some of the time, yes, it just seems so confusing. You know what I mean? And sometimes the teaching what we get, and when you see another one, I do it another way. You know, yeah. You know, with their camp, I'm sure say one of the time we in the camp speaking about sports, right? Yeah. You know what I mean? That's even sports. We never used to that, you know. And one of that do that now will allow them to do what they are doing and speak free speech. But I going to draw my attention to the whole camp that I know, right? And sometimes that still seem a way like I stuck to. I should have just free the man to speak about sports. But the camp what I come up in, you know, You know, it declare what is sports, right? And what it lead to. You know what I mean? To keep fit, that is good because you can get up and exercise and do these things. But the camp that I came declare what is sports, you know. And sometimes when you declare what I learned from the beginning, it seems like we're not moving on. So sometimes it don't make a want to even say nothing. You understand? Because it seems like I'm not growing. Because all the while I refer to what I know when I just come. Because I do have nothing else to refer to. You know? Yeah, sometimes I can look out of the box and all of that and things like that. But most of the time, even I say I stuck, you know? Yeah. And to the man even who and I say, we're wise because individually I come and tell you something and you're going to let go of what the father, the truth. You see what I mean? I say just like the dog with the bone, you know? Anyway, true is a time limit. I don't want to say much. I will come and share something again. One perfect love.
And I have a priest, do give thanks. And every priest, are they gonna see your hand is up, but I know you speak a couple times, so we'll hold for a moment and see if anyone who not speak yet would like to say something now. Yeah.
To the chair.
But Honorable Empress, Majesty.
Just have a question. Give thanks, blessed to one and all. Just have a question. Is it because when we think about secular knowledge and all these different things and different readings and so forth, and we even go as far back as the Dugans and balancing the spiritual and the physical, is it that others understood or ancestors understood what the universal intelligence actually is, the concept of who and what, the importance of universal intelligence versus the importance of what we would call our gods or deities? And that's just a question that I'm posing. And
You could say it again. So I ain't catch it really.
No, because we're talking about everything that we're talking about, and when we go back into time, or when we go into time, and we think about the Dugans and those ancestors before the Bible, before the 6,000 years, is it that they understood what what universal intelligence was and the importance of the universal intelligence versus even in these times or the times since the Bible when religion came in, acknowledging gods and deities and so forth, and putting the gods and the deities higher than the universal intelligence that made all things?
Okay.
Great question. Great question. Great question. Great question. Great question. Royal Chair, can I
Honorable.
acknowledge your comment? Yes.
Well, if
I
not,
just want
go ahead, and then after you, that all the priest had again, because he did have his hand up.
Yeah, I just want to touch two things before we get away from us. Honorable Precept, I want to clear it up because we're live streaming. No one here is degrading the Bible. No one here is throwing the Bible away at this moment. You know, I want us to really get the conversation clear. We are saying that we have been stuck just in the Bible. So we need to look beyond the Bible. And secondly, why we say that the elders only had the Bible? Because at that time, that was the only accessible book. Even though you have the Apocrypha and other books that existed, before Rastafari came into being, in the island of Jamaica, among the grassroots, amongst the poor and the have-not, the upcoming raffles, it wasn't available. The one book that they had access to, because it is the book that is printed, it is the most printed book in the world. And they gave it out freely. Missionaries and churches and all of that gave that out freely. So Bible was almost in every home. So you had access to the Bible. How many people had an Apocrypha or or any of the other books that we speak of? They didn't. So what they rallied around was the Bible. And now we must acknowledge this. Our ancestors were great. Dada was great, magnificent. Why? Because they were able to identify our Africanness in our white narrative, in our book that was put together symbolically to confuse us. And they decoded it and brought the relevant information to us that we could rise in our spiritual consciousness. So we are not undermining none of that. We are just saying today we have access to every manuscript possible. And we need to look now beyond just the 66 books, because it wasn't even just 66 books that should have made up the Bible. You understand? It's the same conference of Ephesus and Nicaea and those Chalcedon and them that relegated it to just 66 books, because the other books, their narrative did not serve their mission that they were on, to colonize our minds. See, so they eliminated those books and just compiled the books that they could use easily to control the simple mind. Because as you said, we were simple-minded people. So they used those 66 books in a way that they could control I and I, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord. Honorable Priest Adigan. Priest earlier going to keep the time in Royal Timekeeper.
My Lord.
My
The
Lord.
Bible.
Well,
You know what? Give thanks.
Where's
Yeah,
the
the
priest?
Bible. The emperor said the Bible is the cause of
12:51.
Okay.
the Bible cause of infinite comfort, right? No, there's this narrative what we have where we say when we reach Africa, we are going to dash with the Bible. Remember, the Bible come down in a Hebrew, the Bible come down in a Ge'ez, the Bible come down in a Amharic and Aramic, and all of these things now, which Aramic is really the language. Hebrew is not really a language, it's more an estate more than even a people. Because the word Hebrew means one that has crossed over. You understand? So even looking at words and languages, you see this illustration on the screen, Ethiopian Bible in English complete, which them say 88 books, but I know it has 87 books. And in the Chronicles of Ethiopia and the Canons of Ethiopia, 81 books are read in the church. Yeah, 81 books are read in the church. Yeah, so that was common practice even when the king was there. And then you have the Fetanagas, which talks of it also, the do's and don'ts in the culture. So we have to look, when we look at Ethiopia, which them say have over 1 million monasteries, them have some high mountain with some priests there who practice different to I and I, but them devoted. You have some priests who don't know nothing of the West and what it consists of in Ethiopia. You understand? So how do you deal with people like them who don't have no knowledge of the West, right? But it's intriguing to learn from them. You understand? So what I am saying, I understand what that we have to will not be stuck, but at the same time, let's not get complacent and not show understanding, because remember, the emperor said that book is the rallying point of all humanity. And he did say we in Ethiopia have one of the oldest. He never said the oldest, he said one of. So remember, but yet he says the rallying point of all humanity. So it's either we take the instruction from the Godhead as we know him, or we go a different route, because my idea of Emperor Haile Selassie is a different idea to another man, you understand? So as it go, you know? Yeah, I understand the high priest, but even the high priest come and give we a creed. So we hail our God. We say Selassie, but it's really Haile Selassie. You know? So we have to
Time.
give thanks. Rastafari is what it is, my Lord and Empress. Blessed.
My Lord. Blessed love.
We have a couple other segments to go into. So,
Yes.
you know, can get the closing statements on this issue. on this topic and then move on to the next segment.
Rasta.
Priest Rickman's hand
Well,
is
we
up.
see. You
Yes,
have a priest, man.
yes, blessed, blessed. Yeah, I just want a little bit on what Miss Allegan was saying also, and also study. Um, we was taught from before we became Rasta about the Bible. So basically, all of us, I believe, grew up in a Christian home or at least a Baptist or Anglican or Church of God or whatever. Was basically all we come from that same knowledge of land of praise and the concept from European
Honorable Priest,
centric.
speak up a little bit, please.
Oh, bless it. I said all of we came from our family was taught teachers about the Bible, how to pray and how to see, how to believe in a God. I mean, that was all we grew up in the Caribbean that way, seeing God through the Bible. And we was taught this book is a holy book. If before we could read the book or understand the book, when the book fall, we pick it up and say, God forgive me and kiss the book and all that. So before we could read the book. And we come to realize the book tell us slave will be your master. And that's how the priest say this book was craft to really make us submissive, especially us in the West through slavery. The king said you must accept the Bible, but he didn't say the King James version. There's a lot of other version, but he never said the King James version. The Ethiopian Bible don't have slave obey your master. I bring one of those from Africa when I been in the other day. So we have to understand that the King James version ain't really for us. That of course we use that until we go to the next level. But when we reach to the next level, we need to leave that alone. So it's just like even after hymns when you say a rest like me. We grew up, we never sinned, and the Bible tells us we was born in sin. So the Bible put us in a situation to believe that we going against God from before we born. So we have to really study that book seriously to see where this book is or really still come as a whole lang to a certain level. That's how the priest say Emmanuel was extra wise to use this book in the same way to say, well, we could find Christ because he can't throw away the baby with the bad water. So that's why we still hold on the book to a level so we can grow to a timing. But now that we get mature now, we have to just kind of continue holding on every concept of our book because we know that definitely the book it is not to bring true salvation to us. That's my pricing.
My Lord.
My Lord.
Yes. Honorable Empress Lily May. She recognize.
Blessed love one all. Happy celebration of resurrection. Give thanks to the beautiful double Sabbath. Give thanks to the teaching of the prophet, priest, and king. Give thanks for all that was said and done. And what I was going to say, Priest Adigan said, Priest Rasaban said, Priest Rickman said, all what they said, I agree. But I would like to give a little experience when I came to Ethiopia. You know, I give thanks and glorify the mighty King of Kings and Prince Selassie. And I try to learn the Ethiopian culture. And I would see the Abuna when he come to the airport to meet His Majesty His Majesty come from a trip because His Majesty a man well traveled. He would have the Bible and the cross. And His Majesty would take off the Ethiopian Bible, we're not talking about the King James Bible, what they put on us and wash us. His Majesty would take off his hat and kiss the Bible. They have a custom in Ethiopia that when the priests come to you, or when you go to the Trinity Cathedral and you go in the inner sanctuary, they would have the cross and everyone kiss the cross and they'll touch the cross with your head. So when I come to Ethiopia now as a Bobo Shanti, I'm what they call a Manuelite, a Gaviite, and a Hail Selassie. But I got within myself, the God in me, I was saying, but I praise King Emmanuel more than I praise Empress Selassie. Because I come with the Bobo Shanti culture and the Melchizedek order, what he teaches how to serve God. So when I go on myself now and I talk to my father, there comes out a clipping with a brethren. He said he had a vision, and he was in His Majesty. And His Majesty tell us, say, what we do, we must continue doing. And we mustn't cut our locks. And we mustn't worry about him. We must follow the Christ. Now, who is the Christ? Not the black Christ with a man come in 1966 and April 21st with common celebration coming up. I meet the man. So from that, I get that vision. And he said he got a message for our Bona too. And he went to the Bona and give the Bona the message. And the Bona asked him, say, what he eat before he go to bed. You understand me? So when I heard that, I said, anything you ask God for, God give you, because just the man that answers prayer. And I give thanks and glorify, that I wasn't violating, because King
Rastafari.
Emmanuel come with the way. King Emmanuel come, he said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And no one go unto the Father, through me. And King Emmanuel tell us, say, read good books like Matthew, Luke, Mark, John, Isaiah 40, Joel 3, Micah 4. Just give us the books, Exodus 21, Exodus 20 and 31, But I didn't say we must just read them books. There's so many books. There's so knowledge. I just say, he come with the word, he magnified the word above his name. So me say, how could Jack what magnify? Is the word above his name. But everything is in the word. Everything is in the word, So I'll make my word few on
Majesty.
this. But I give thanks
Blessed.
and glory. The prophet, the priest, the king, the empress, even Amy Jakes Gavin, all the freedom fighters, man. I give thanks and glorify for each and every one who contribute, to this great culture that we have. So we don't look out how we say. Say
Blessed.
God, three different three spirit that's never the same. That's the culture.
Rastafari.
Emmanuel I. Selassie, Jah.
Rastafari.
Blessed love.
Give thanks.
Honorable Empress Akin, she recognized.
Blessed love, royal family.
Blessed love.
Yes, and I give thanks for this resurrection day, I give thanks for everything that we're talking about as well. And I've been thinking, all weekend about what it means to resurrect, right? And what it means to study the things that have, or reflect on the things, the teachings, the readings, the words, the scripture, and most of all, the actual spirit of the Most High, and it makes me think about what we are addressing. And as a youth, I always look towards the indigenous ones, because we cannot, even with reading and having all these books, before there were books, right? Before there were, religion and those things. And I can't say I'm not a scholar like many of you, as far as knowing very in-depth information about the past. I am one who really truly seeks guidance in the spirit, and I always look back to the indigenous ones to have an understanding of what were their beliefs before they were indoctrinated, before a book was given to them. How did they view God? How did they view the
omniscient one, you know, and that's something that we don't address here. We often talk about what has been told to us, but I always think about what if and how was it when, you know, in times where a child is born into existence. What are the indigenous ones teaching that child? And I'm talking about ones who live in the villages still, you know, who live off the earth, who study nature, you know. I think in our reasoning, no one has mentioned that, you know, and even with the scriptures and what, you know, we talk about King Emmanuel and Emperor Haile Selassie and their teachings, go back even further. You know, do we ignore those things? You know, because I know with religion and the church, it tells you that these things are taboo, right? That anything before Christ, BC, you know, is not, you know, that information is not for us to really consider, right? And I just want to know what ones think about, you know, the guidance of spirit, you know. And of course, I live by the Bible, I live by the scripture, but I also know how the spirit of the Most High speaks to my soul. And there was a time I remember I was studying so much and I was getting confused. I was like, what is all of this? Because I could not run from what was being told in my spirit, what was conflicting with what was in black and white, what was written. And my mother told me, she said, you know what, put it away, close the book. And I need you to learn Christ for yourself, right? With no indoctrination, with no, you know, others' opinions about things, you know. Why don't we talk about the indigenous ways? How was Christ revealed to ones before a book was given? You know, what are one's opinions about that? Because again, even in our righteousness and the knowledge that we know, we are still very religious. We're still believing because of what was told to us, you know.
Amen.
You know, and faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen, right? So do we gain faith from the knowing that is inside of us? And do we compare that to what is written in others' opinions and views?
You have half a minute, leave Royal Empress.
Yes, give thanks. And so I just wanted to sum it up. I just wanted to question, you know, the indigenous ones, because I can't escape from wanting to know their teachings and understanding of Christ's consciousness. Blessed love.
Majesty blessed. Well, that is also addressing what Empress Trisha was saying. And
Right.
yes, our fathers did know the universal, that internal God, until the Christianity come through. So if you look at it, you will see it's a full journey that come right around where we come and the Black Christ come and point us to that same universal God, that internal God that is in us. So the ancestors in their wisdom know that it would have come right back around. That is why I sit down here looking at it and seeing it, you know, that we could have did see the three patriarchs rise up in the 20th century, the king, the priest, and the prophet with the vision, the king with our authority to know we are not beggars or jobbers, but masters of creation, and the priest to show us the salvation way, which is the morality way, to be moral, to with integrity, which is what we're trying to build here amongst ourselves, honor and respect, throne room conversations. So, and when we look at the history of the Bible, it was compromised, it was composed. It wasn't like somebody just write all of that. It was composed hundred years after the incidents were gone. So people use these things now with a ulterior motive. But as we say, we having question and answers coming up, so we don't want to dwell too long. But that was just Honorable Empress Trisha, what come to my heavens when you realize that. Yes, they didn't
To
know
the
the
chair.
universe. To
To
the
the
chair.
chair. Yes.
Honorable Priest Seventh.
Yes,
My
my
lord.
lord. Same thing comes to my mind, the universal intelligence, you know. The universal
Rastafari.
intelligence that intelligence is timeless and ageless.
Without
Time is
father, or without mother, without beginning of
right.
days, or without end of
So,
life.
so that means to say, even though our ancestors never had books, never used to even much speak English and all of them things there. You understand? And true to them never had all of that, the universal intelligence would have flow, in a more natural way to them.
But we
You see
had
it, but
parchments. We had written
right,
things. Yeah.
right.
Nothing was sabotaged too.
Yes, still had things and monuments and certain things to hieroglyphs and these things, you know.
Natural.
So but even though in this time we come with books and we come with computer and we come with that doesn't mean universal intelligence is not working. It
Truth
never
remain
stopped
the
working
same.
through the ages. Yeah.
Natural.
So
Natural.
when you pick up a book, as the empress say, you put down the book and you let the spirit talk to you. The same universal intelligence, because intelligence is not what you know. Intelligence is when you know how. The universal intelligence knows how to make this and that happen, how to make this and that manifest and fulfill. You see?
That's the
So
thing.
the universal intelligence can work in all forms, all through all ages and all times and all space. We just have to know how to work with the universal intelligence and don't disrupt its process. Let everything take its course. You see it,
My
and then we
Lord.
will see the manifestation of the universal intelligence. My Lord
My
and
Lord. All
So
aspect
this
of humanity. The chair recognized Honorable Empress Dion, our Royal Secretary.
Blessed love, royal family. Give thanks for another day of reasoning. And give thanks
Rastafari.
for what the empresses just said, because the same and pre-7, the universal, come like a universal declaration taking place here. For double sabbata, a question came to my meditation within reading the Ten Commandments, and it said, um, not to worship no God above me, and nothing in the heaven above or in the earth beneath or nothing under the earth, right? And Jah is a man like I and I who walk the earth. And people is always question Rastafari on the whole, not just Bobo Shanti, but Rastafari on the whole. Well, how come all of this worship a man, right? Like all yourself. We can pull out enough chapter and verse on why. But then I ask myself, well, if the scripture say don't worship anything or anyone or any heaven above or the earth beneath or what under the earth, that might include Jah too. Then I said, nah, Dion, that song in blasphemous. I said, Jah not being blasphemous, but it's just a question. Now, I ain't asked no one else in the house about it at the moment. So this question is just between me and God at the moment. Now.
Yes, I.
And I'm saying, like, it is not blasphemous, but it's just a question due to knowledge coming forward. Because we learn about our ancestors who could read the stars, could read the sun, could read the wind, could make songs way beyond what the white man at the moment brain could have fathomed. That might have sound harsh, but it's just reality. Their brain couldn't fathom the things that we Black people could have done at the moment when they met us, right? So they downgrade us and they belittle us and they berate us till Black people became less than people right now in the earth. So the meditation went as, no, Dion, it is not that all you're worshiping Jah or a man. It is emulating his works, emulating her majesty works to live as them, to live upright, to live in kindness, to know that it actually had people who walk the face of the earth and live these ways. They didn't just talk it and say, well, next week I go track. or tomorrow I will make it better. No, they did it every day without thinking about it. So it is not that we just worship a man, but we emulate the goodness. That's very. We emulate the goodness that these beings represent, you know, these angels represent. That I stand and say that we are children of God or we are children of the light. So when we say these things, we have to remember now they started all of this and they trod without the book called the Bible. Now we not bashing the Bible because I read it, I have it on my bed head, right? But our ancestors started this trod of life, of guidance, of protection without the symbol of a book, but through the guidance of inner self and the universe itself, because they understood the higher matter of oneself, which is, as Marcus Garvey said, seeing beyond your nose. You understand? So if we come to that realization within ourselves that we could live this way every day. Great. Great. Great.
Through the chair. Through the chair, honorable priest.
Honorable priest, my lord.
Yeah, beautiful Empress Diane, beautiful. Give thanks for sharing such meditation. Yeah, it shows that you are thinking outside of the box and you're using your own mind. So beautiful. I just want to address Empress Akim, Royal Empress Akim's reasoning. Family, the three goddesses that the triune that we speak of right now were on a specific mission, you know, and I think we tend to not factor that into our discussion more time and in our looking at them. The Honorable Priest Rickman spoke of it when they asked Dada what his religion is. Freedom, Redemption, International Repatriation. What was Marcus Garvey's mission? To rebuild the African nation. What was Emperor Haile Selassie I's mission? To redeem Africa. To free Africa from the clutches of colonialism and Europe and all that we know. See, they were on a specific mission. The tools that they were using applied to that mission. Why did the emperor say the scriptures is a rallying point for all humanity? Because we were taken out of ourselves. What the Empress Akim is asking is, she's asking a question that leads us back prior to that, you know, prior to first AD. She's taking us back to BCE, where our ancestors, now faith, the way we are told that faith is evidence of and you know, unseen, the end result is unseen. It's not so much how I and I hold on it, you know. Your faith is approved by how you live. If you have faith, then you move courageously and confidently. Seeing, so the evidence is in how you live. Seeing, our ancestors lived by that faith, by the confidence in understanding nature. The Dogons were able to see a constellation that the basic eye, me and you looking up can't see it. Seeing, because they understood things that we don't, because they applied themselves to understanding those level of knowledge at that time. The triune of which we speak were on a mission, a specific mission, and we have to factor that into why they did what they did. So when we put that in, then we can understand more why the three of them didn't disagree, because the three of them was on the same mission, redeeming Africa, seeing returning Africans back to their rightful position, not as 3/5 of a man, but as a wholesome man and woman. See, they were on that mission. That was a specific mission that they were on. They were not on the mission of the Dogons, who were deciphering nature and trying to full stand the cosmic energy and the universal intelligence. That was their mission at that time. See? So when we get to that level of understanding, then we can start to compartmentalize, these things and a clearer understanding. A lot of this confusion of which several ones have identified earlier in their presentation would be demythified. You understand? We'll be able to see things now more on a constant line instead of, the broken lines, the misunderstanding here and the confusion here and trying to understand a statement over there. See? So this is a lovely reasoning. And coming forward now to Empress Diane's statement. Empress Diane, that's why we say all the while that there is confliction in the Bible. Because while it tells you not to worship any other imagery, nothing that exists in the sky, under the earth, on the earth, but we still do it. We still do it. And that is I and I doing. We speak of Dada. Dada didn't tell us to worship him. When I first got to the camp in the early 70s, the doctrine of today was not the doctrine of then. When I got to the camp in the early 70s, I never hear about no Almighty God applied to the Father and these statements that he applied to him. See? Because the ones that were there with him were coming from back a wall and from a longer time. And they grew together in their understanding, but they were all on the same mission. They were all on the same mission of freedom, redemption, international repatriation. The spirituality and the religious element came in afterwards. See, because a lot of I and I who came in with our colonial minds. And like the father said, it was supposed to be a purging ground, to purge out them colonialism out of I and I, that we could start to sin out to our own spectacle, that Ethiopian spectacle that predated slavery and colonialism, and start to listen to the voice within, like the honorable prophet said, listen to no other voice but the voice within, because that voice within is universal, that universal intelligence, and it is within all of I and I. If we all take that moment of silence to listen to it, see, because it is never wrong, Enough time I would do things and I would say, sure, if I did just listen to my first intuition, I wouldn't make that mistake there. Because the first intuition was the right intuition. That little voice in me that was saying, don't go left, go right.
Fine.
Yeah. So give thanks. We have other levels of reasoning to go into. I don't want to cut the reasoning because it is so interesting and so, and I'm hearing the item interacting today, which is a rarity. Sorry to say it, but it's a rarity to hear everyone so eager to contribute, and I love it. To the chair.
To the chair.
Honorable Empress Rich.
Okay, we do have about 7 more minutes before we wrap this part of the program up, but I would like to make a statement.
Sure.
Because when I'm listening to all that is going on and what was read, I am hearing, why has Rastafari used the Bible as their main source of everything? And basically, I'm if I'm not misunderstanding what was read by the priest earlier. And even within Rastafari, and we speak about the universal intelligence, we speak about all these things, but then is it that within the priesthood order, and I don't want to use the word failed, because failed is a strong word, but for the lack of another word, is it that because it is a priesthood order, the priests them have focused on exactly what it is, the part of the order, forgetting or
bypassing the fact that the triune, as the priest just said, speaks about the freedom, redemption, international repatriation, the freeing of Africa, African minds, and so forth. So then is it that we have the priesthood order have not allowed itself to grow into all of the aspects that it should have grown into? Not everyone would know the other side of how to do things, the governmental side, the statical side, etc., etc. But some may only know the priesthood order. Maybe that's what's like you, the priest always say, this is what some came for. So then how do we balance now looking at good books, reading good books, understanding the mission of the king, understanding the mission of Marcus Garvey, moving forward so that there is a balance between the spiritual and the physical, because the physical work still have to be done while still maintaining the spiritual side of the live itself. Just a statement or a question, because my first question wasn't really answered, my Lord and Empress.
Bless the Lord.
Honorable Priest.
Majesty bless. Honorable
Yes, my
Empress.
Lord.
I wouldn't say the priesthood would have failed. What I would say
I didn't want to
is,
use the word fail.
yeah,
And
okay,
that's why
I
I use the
understand.
word
I understand.
bypass or
I
bypass, you know.
understand. Yeah, I understand. What I would say is that we, especially after Jamaica tried, we never continue the way how he did set it. For instance, he did set a parliament, but they never really come together. So we never really, so the one thing that's kept well, the Sabbath and all of that, because the salvation is a part, the churchical is a part of it all. But as you say, to the way how the camp end up, and not how we end up, we just lean more in the salvation order, the churchical order, and somehow the governmental get kind of neglected because of what went on, the conflict in between and the issues and the not getting along, the way how priesthood was put out the camp and all these things. So it kind of break down. And the one thing will always stand when Sabbath comes around every Saturday, Psalms reading is every day. So that part of it survived to a point. Because we still not master it and perfect it. With the seven priests reading seven Psalms, that's how it used to be when Jah was the morning, noon, and evening. So that's what I would have said towards that, Honorable Empress Trisha.
Bless the Lord. Can I,
Blessed priest at Priest Richmond, speak
bless
up
the
a
Lord.
little louder so we can hear
Yeah,
you.
bless
And
the Lord.
everybody have like a 1 minute on this because we want
Yes,
to go
we
to the
only have
next
3 more
segment.
minutes.
Okay,
Yeah,
give thanks, give thanks.
yeah.
Well, I just basically saying almost exactly what you're saying concerning after Prince Emmanuel will make a transition. As you know, we declare ourselves as people above all kingdom, stand governmental, parliamental, and churchical and sabbatical. But we leave a lot of that out when it comes to our own rising the kingdom. And as you say, you block on it a little bit that we never come together and establish parliament, establish proper leadership. And that's what we still have the problem right now as we speak today. We don't have proper leadership. We have the elder council, we have the online parliament, we have parliament and headquarters. So we do have no proper governance. The hell don't have a proper committee at this moment, whereby we civil who represent Hill as a chairman or as individual who where we dealing with leadership and senior command, and that work is done a lot. Going so forward. So right now, as we speak, something we need to address as we go forward to really set the camp, and that's what I really thought the elder council was set up for us to really make sure we set authority within the camp, not to be a different entity, but an organization. So going forward, there's something we have to do right now is to set the government so we can move as a sovereign nation And simple as us teaching the civil, you bearing our wood dead, we reach that standard here, the civil, yeah, it's us to take care of our wood. So we still have a lot to do. But give thanks for this reasoning, and like it's really, really, really important to continue the reasoning going forward. And that's all I'd say on that because we will go to something
My
else.
Lord. Bless. If anyone have any other question, I think write it down so you can bring it again and we can open into the next segment.
I just want to say, all right, go ahead.
Yeah. Because it's a lot of interaction, my Lord and Empress. Today is about just interacting with each other. And even the next segment that is coming up, we don't have a video, but it speaks to the war for peace, discussion on the current events. And then we can always toward the end, and then we have one more segment after that, and then we can always come forward. So we should dedicate probably the next hour, 1 hour. That would take us to my 3:30 on the war of peace.
Majesty, bless.
My Lord.
My Lord.
Yeah. Can I chime in and open it up, my Lord?
Yes, my Lord. Yes.
Yes, blessed love family. Again, give thanks for the privilege to address the item. Yeah, man, I am humbled by all that has been said so far, as a royal servant of our Father and our triune. Yeah, the war of peace, When we look at what is happening today, if we are not students of history, we don't fully comprehend it. Because, it just seemed like a conflict that just happened 2 months ago and it kick off and reach where it reach. But this is a historical happening. This has been coming from way back, to give you some context. Remember now, the state of Israel was established in 1948, just the other day. Just the other day. As a matter of fact, where they established it in the east there, that's not where they originally wanted to establish it. They wanted to establish it in Uganda. But when they look at the natives of Uganda, they decided, no, these are some indomitable people that will not yield, So they didn't see they didn't see how they could win that battle as how they saw how they could win the battle there in Jerusalem, because the prophecy of Jerusalem and all of that kind of gave favor to their action. Now, saying all that to say, we have to go over now to Iran. Iran is a modern name. The place that existed prior to Iran is Persia. Persia existed 550 years AD. 550 years AD. Not just the other day. You understand? That's why we say our history is more than 6,000 years. Because Persia, remember, Persia was not the first organized state, The first organized state was along the Rift Valley, the Nile Valley. That's where the first set of people, got the inspiration to start to modernize things. See, Persia was just one of those empires that we built. Now, Persia has always had a very important relevance in human development because of that. Because if you look through the history of how calendars came into being, almanacs and those things, Persia have something to do with it. Babylon, Persia, that whole region has a lot to do with modern development. See, now they say that this war is over oil. Where was one of the first places that oil was discovered? Right there. When the British conquered India, what is the borderline with India? Persia. Persia became a threat to the British Empire because of the history of Persia. Now, Persia has a vast amount of oil under them land. The British and other colonialists just like what they did to Africa with the shattered glass syndrome, where they carved up Africa into nation states. We call it nation states today, but into countries they call it. They did that within that region as well, because those places that we hear them call Qatar and Kuwait and Burma and those places are desert. One what I'm call expert last week I was listening to him giving a whole view of the war and all of this thing. He called those gas stations. He says if you want to be harsh, we can just call them gas stations because they were one landmass, one set of people before the colonialists came in and created cities, or city states, seen because of the oil. Now places like Qatar and them places rich. Kuwait is, I mean, rich because of not just the oil, but because of their mineral wealth. See, this is what this war is about. Power. Power comes from wealth. And those areas have provided the wealth of Europe for many, many, many centuries. And now, those places, just like Africa, is saying no more. No more. We are reclaiming our sovereignty and we are exercising our autonomy. And Europe can no longer deal with that. And to close off now, I heard Marco Rubio, whatever you want to call him, that little guy there, make a statement about 2 months ago and talking about the great days when we created empires. What he was referring to, is when they came and suppressed people, oppressed people, don't press people, and took over their landmass. See, and so-called created states, planted their flag, and made their law the law of those regions. He says we have to revert forward to that. And we are going forward to those days and we will be re-establishing states. That speech gave me chills because what he was saying is that things that we say would never happen again because we said slavery would never happen again is what they are professing to do right now. And this war is a symbol of that. Blessed love, family.
My Lord, Majesty. And as they say, I honorable priest have said this already. As much as things change, things remain the same. So we give thanks to the man and them exposing themselves. But we also give thanks even this week or last week when the honorable leader of Ghana could have did holy word to the word that 123 people documented in the history of the world that the transatlantic slave trade was the most
horrific.
What they call it?
Horrific.
The most horrific situation in the history of the world.
Genocide.
And 3 people abstain. 3 people say no, 1 abstain. America, Argentina, and Israel say no. And Britain refrain with some little peer reasoning. Because America say it not have no hierarchy in crimes or something like that. So you could not say it's the most horrific. And then Britain, I forget what.
Don't want to interrupt you, but let us get the language straight. The language that they voted on was to say that it is the most grievous crime against humanity.
Give thanks.
My Lord.
Yeah. So as I say, as things change, things remain the same. So the floor is open. What do them think of this with the information what we had there? Iran was Persia. I did black that the other day. And we see it's a real hypocritical hypocrisy they feed in the world, my Lord and Empress. The news media is feeding the world pure propaganda. You know? So we always hear the word song is while the Gentiles prepare for war, Israelites prepare to meet your God. That same chant is being used in so-called Israel today as we speak. Call them Zionists. I talk about it apocalypse and it's the end of the world. That word that they bring up the other day, where they say the religion start to lean to this doomsday finish. You know, all that coming into play. So floor is open, my Lord and Majesty.
Eschatology.
Eschatology, my Lord. Honorable Priest Rickman, she recognize you, your hand up. Or he hand probably stay up probably for.
Unmute your mic.
No, yes. Yeah, bless the love again. Give thanks for this topic.
My
Again.
Lord.
War. Jah says be rumors of war in this last time, this last judgment. You know, they say World War One and World War Two. But even in World War One and World War Two, that wasn't a part of us. We never had no dealings with World War One. I mean, they used us through slavery, and some of our ancestors said are fighting for the European world, but that was their war. They call it World War. And some people saying this might be World War III about to happen. But that's as you say, priest, you prepare for war, you prepare to meet our God. So give thanks for the African continent right now with rallying for reparation and eventually repatriation. So that's where we come in right now as an organization as Bobo Shanti and Rastafarians within the diaspora, and plus within in around Africa itself. This our time, man, they really rally and agitate for freedom, redemption, international repatriation, as we see what's going on now in the world. And even as we see the president of Ghana table it on within United Nations, and also Carol went up to Ethiopia the other day, and they tabled it and had a conference with EU, the African Union. We see that it's a part of the agenda, especially reparation. But of course, they're trying to sideline the repatriation effort because the CARICOM and the AU met in England the other day, and they say the only person who really concerned about repatriation is the Rastafari community. So we have a lot of civil society that is thinking about reparation, but of course we have to continue agitating for reparation and repatriation as a sovereign kingdom, as Emmanuel said it, and encourage all our brothers and sisters within the diaspora to do the same. One of my recent this evening also, I mean, it's something I want block into it. I did talking to one or two of the elders concerning August 1st coming up and what we can do for August 1st as we see what's taking place in Africa and how they don't really table it in the United Nations. And also when you talk about reparation, what about us who in Africa now who then repatriate ourselves by through a migration scheme and we are not getting the benefit from what's taking place in Africa, and they ain't showing us that kind of appreciation. So because enough places in Bagone and Byland and Lewis Land, a lot of places living under the radar. So how are we gonna address this matter going forward? And it's the straight dying why is it hot? So as that Ghana president talking about reparation, we in the West who through migration scheme because collectively we're looking for repatriation through 79 and Tate Mother Black Star Line, as our father said. But you ask still those who could go home and you can make yourself to reach home, make that move. But those who reaching home now still going through a lot of difficulties. So how we gonna address the Ghana government saying that he's saying reparation? Well, let's now, as we reach home, we want reparation from them. Before we talk about reparation from the EU, we want reparation from the African countries or the African states. So it's a good time for us to address the matter. And I was meditating and talking to other ones about August 1st was to have a petition to give the Jamaican government, and I can reach to all the CALCOM heads also, and hopefully I can reach
1 more minute.
hopefully I can reach Ethiopia to the EU, where we can start agitating firmly now, because it's part of the agenda. So now they can look at us more. I think they'll accept us more, look at us more, and so we can be a part of this movements going forward when it comes to reparation. But for those who can make it home now, as we continue agitating for repatriation, because they ain't ready to give us send no ship for us yet, but they're still willing to help and assist if we I'm saying it right, to assist us as we reach home now. So we need to come together as Rastafarian community and other civil society, or other brothers and sisters who going home, who's not part of the Rasta faith. How we can address the government, address the AU now, considering how they can deal with us. And so as we ask for reparations from them to get better, to get land, to get assistance, and move all the red tape so our stay in Africa could be just and upright and comfortable. So how just some things we need to address, and how this some things we need to talk about right now as we go forward. So I say 1st of August will be a good time for us to rally the whole Rastafari community with those who want to rally with us, considering reparation and repatriation to keep
My
the
Lord,
situation
time
and the
it.
island hot. Bless the Lord.
Best you could come again.
I like to
There.
to all person go first.
Honorable Chair, before you go, man. Honorable Priest man, would I like the I come forward and give a full clearance on the
Of
first of
that manner, yes.
before you know, but we want to hear it from everybody. But that is very important. That's a very important proposal the I is putting on the table. So we want the I to come forward and clearly address it before we end this reasoning here. So please don't move
Rastafari,
until you do that. That's it.
my Lord.
My Lord.
When we say that chant that Israelites prepared to meet your God, what does that mean? You know, because I dread seeing where are we prepared when we reach into the land. I was talking with our brethren this morning. If we reach down Ghana with substantial money and a plan, the government will help. You know? So just
I
have put
would like
that
to
out.
come in there. I would like to come in there, but I'm not. I'm going to wait until Mama Miriam speaks. After Mama Miriam, I would just like to give a quick statement to bring some clarity to what the I just said and what the Honorable Priest Rickman just said, my lord. But Mama Miriam was beckoning for the floor.
Honorable Empress Maisie,
Oh,
Majesty.
greetings, my Lord. Blessed greetings to each and every one upon the platform today. As we take time out, to be in this reasoning, very good reason going through. Yes, I will not add and I will not take off of the reasoning. But I just want to say to the honorables them, I do give thanks to all the elders of Rastafari coming from them time until this time. I give thanks for the elders who have been through, say for instance, the gruesome beating and lynching and thing that happened in Carroll Gardens, in 1960. It wasn't easy for them to what they are go through with them and their family. So we give thanks. Even some of them are alive today and can tell of the testimonies of what they have been through. And even though they have been through, they never some change, yes. Some trim their head and thing, but you have those who are still standing today. Give thanks to my elders, them in Baba Shanti, same way, and all around. Right now, I do give thanks to the elder, because my father was an elder and is an elder. So I give thanks to all the elders upon this platform today, both senior and junior. And I give thanks to the Blessed Trinity and power, because when I start Rastafari through the eyes of my king man, me never see it for myself yet, right? I just straight talk, you see? But me see it through the eyes of him. And it was just Selassie. Man was praising, highlighting and give thanks. Until the virgin up at the Baba Shanti Foundation and learn of Prince Emmanuel, the high priest, and his teaching, and the great knowledge and what a man of teach I and I spiritually, how we can save ourselves, teach us about love and unity, etc., etc. And then teach us about the Honorable Prophet Marcus Messiah Garvey, and how he paved the way for I and I, so we give thanks to the Blessed Trinity. Even at that time, still, there was a division between the Trinity because one was praising Selassie and some was praising Emmanuel. And Marcus Garvey was at the back burner, but no, Honorable Prince Emmanuel put Marcus Garvey within the Trinity. And so we get the opportunity to highlight the man. So right now, Marcus Garvey is in everywhere, in school, teaching, in everywhere. Marcus Garvey is right now. So we give thanks to the great prophet of all, and the great priests, and our mighty kings of kings. We give thanks. I'm not leave out my mother as we celebrate her birthday, same way, her earth strong, same way, and we give thanks. But I have a question. I'm not stay long. You see, I'm not interrupt the reason, because the reason is going through powerful, as ones and ones are reasoning. In this time, I'm looking at the war, right? The war in the East. Seen and where it at. To me, the war not say dying down. It more like it escalating, right? To what I am listening on the news. So we were taught it probably can turn out, because me hear enough man I say, even on the news said this war could be ending up in World War III, right? We are watching, we are listening. Please don't take your eyes or your meditation off it. We have to watch and see what is happening and listen. And so it might end up in World War III. No, Baba Shanti, we were taught that when the war begins, that is the time we are gonna try, right? We are gonna go up in this war. One thing, if the war should begin now, and this is just a question to the family, and I would like to hear the answer from the honorables there. If the war should say real war, World War III, are we ready? Hmm? Are we ready to really to make the move? Hmm? I'm just asking the question. You think Baba Shanti ready are to make that move, because them said through we get the teaching, family. I hope it's not a silly question, but it's a question that I am asking myself, and I would like to get some answer. Are we ready, Baba Shanti, to really say yes, now is the time? Because this war look very serious and thing. Give thanks, my Lord, and I'm listening. God bless you all.
Blessed love, Honorable Empress. I will let the rest of the Honorables um, address it. I will come back and say something. But that's one thing I want to highlight and even to strengthen it. I talked to our brethren this morning, just went up Africa from Trinidad. He in the Volta, but I forget which chain. And he said, my lord, it now have one police station. And the elders, council of elders and the chief were run the place. And the people them listen them, And he said the people them glad what they hearing from him. And I show him say, if you come Africa, don't come and sit down. You have to do something, you know. So I will expand on that as we go on further. But Honorable Priest, you can come in now.
Majesty bless. In regards to the Honorable Priest Rickman's statement and even what they I say, you see, this the repatriation initiative and the fact that we are highlighting that Africans also were involved. Um, if you listen, I'm not even going to give my opinion, but if we listen to what the president of Ghana said about a week or a week and change ago, he addressed that in one of his speeches, saying it is a narrative that's being pushed to detract from the reality of what we are seeking right now in this decade of reparation. Saying, yeah, this is something that we as a family will sit together as a family and work out as a family. But it's not something that we're going to put on the world stage, to discuss because they are weaponizing it to get away from addressing the deeper underlying reality, seeing of what they have done to I and I. Now, in regards to land, during the forming of the OAU, there was a pledge by the founding fathers, those first liberators of Africa. Each of them in their nation state was advised to select plots of land for reparation, for repatriation, for the return of I and I coming in. We found out in Ghana when the first mission went there that that was a reality. Seeing ones and ones who was on that mission, came across elders that spoke to that. That has been addressed now in other forums since that time. Just like how the emperor led by example, he established the OAU, and he himself was the first one to put aside land and to offer land to I and I, 500 hectares. Other nation states have plots of land designated for that very purpose. It is because I and I have not been at the table. We're going to point fingers and we're going to put blame in places, but we have to blame ourselves. The Congress has been on a hiatus or a sabbatical for 32 years. And why I say the Congress, it is Rastafari in general, but the rest of mansions in open forum have acknowledged the fact that King Emmanuel and the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress has done the most work in the era of repatriation. Shedrack, who was a founding member of Rastafari, elder that has not too long passed on, in an interview, if you look at Bobo Arthur Newland's thesis that he turned into a book, The Life of Emmanuel, he interviews Shadrach in that thesis. And Shadrach said, even though he's a Nyabingi member from the theocracy house, he followed King Emmanuel when it comes to repatriation with compensation. And he said it in his interview because that man never come off him thing. That man never come off a repatriation. So I and I, as a Congress, even the Gospel Bells mission going into Africa is part of that work. We have done the most work, even beyond the 60 mission that was sent with Mortimer Planner and Philbert Avaranga and Dougie Mack into the continent. We have done the most extensive amount of work in identifying the process of repatriation, what it needs, how to approach it, how to realistically manifest it. And the other groups of Rastafari have identified that. But in 32 years, we have not been at the table. Our voices have not been heard in all the discussion. We have not contributed to the 10-point agenda that CARICOM have drafted. See, the Honorable Vereen Shepherd is one of the main authors of that 10-point agenda. She is a consultant to the to CARICOM, and she's also a consultant to the United Nations. It is her document that they used for the acknowledging of the decade of people of African descent, and now for the whole reparations initiative. And we interviewed her, and in the interview, she said clear and plain that Rastafari, before everyone else, were the forerunners of this initiative. But Rastafari has been missing from the table. See? So it is our blame for not identifying and having lands being prepared right now to receive I and I. See? Because we don't have to wait on Babylon's reparation to do that. Like the Honorable Priest Rickman said, it can start with the basic reparations in Africa, where the nation states identify land that we don't have to come in there and really go into our pocket to purchase the land, but we can come in with investment money to develop the land, putting infrastructure, putting in factories and businesses that will enhance each nation state and bring credibility to I and I. But we have not done this, family, and this is our fault. We have been bogged down in the Willie Lynchism, where we are fighting among ourselves. We are, accusing ourselves of things that we have no control over. See, a lot of our actions that have offended one another is the colonial disease that caused those actions. And the father always said, don't blame black people, throw it on the south field. We must apply it to where it needs to go, and then start to look forward to ourselves now and realize that we are a product of circumstance. And when we understand that, we can step away from the blame game and start to have practical and tangible reasoning in how we're going to manifest the mission of the King. I will stop there. Back to the chair.
My Lord. Floor is open, my Lord and Majesty.
Priest Richmond's hand is up.
No.
The priest is coming when the time is right.
No, sorry, that was from before. I leave the floor over for somebody.
Yeah, man. We understand. No one else has a statement. Honorable Priest Sevens, me know you're a thinker. Come in. You are sound. Honorable, the thinkers, them come in.
And we have an honorable priest and priest. We do have many members on here. We can start calling names.
Yeah, I hear Priest Barry.
Samuel, we know that you're a man well versed in maritime law and how it affects war and so forth. Priest Barry, Iras Levi.
Priest Nappy.
Priest Nappy.
Priest Nappy.
Honorable Priest, go ahead.
Priest Nappy is here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll call upon him.
Priest.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Nina.
So the prophet is set, with the Honorable Empress Miriam said, Aurora tree would be going up in the thickness of the war. So, I find out said, enough individual pray for this war. Yes, like them that said, give thanks for this war because the prophecy they done set, and Britain and America, one way get stabbed in them back, one way get caught up in a fishnet trap. You see? And why you see America is doing there, go and make war now, and then them still say the other NATO member, you see it, go and defend that straight up Moon way, yes, between Iraq, the Iran support, So that move where you see America make now, you see it, this is a really and truly look like it's a really fishnet trap. America get caught up in it because him do have much support from the NATO individual them. You understand? He maybe have support from Britain, the so-called Israeli, you see, Yes, but you could see that him there much support from the NATO member. So it really looked like it's really a fishnet entanglement. America I put themselves in. You see? I know that them really try them best to control the narrative of the prophecy too. You see it, or the prophecy. Because, you see it, and sometimes this war where you see a go on, it don't really totally, it will lead up in a big war. And it was just something to hypnotize you, that you don't get filled up on the bigger picture, whether the esteem
True,
file
true.
or
True.
anything like that. Because sometimes when them do these things, it's just to take your mind off of the reality of what is going on. But sometimes it get out of them hand and have
True
no
state.
control over what they do. You understand? But America, as I said, and everyone know where they take place for the slave ship. Many of the women, little daughters, the little boys, them, you know. Yes. And all of that. So the whole America type of thing where they come on to the black man and the black woman. You see the brutality, sexually and all of these type of thing and eat our liver, our heart because, nothing is new. Right now, human meat, are one of the delicacy in the world and every day them tell you how much missing children is missing and them I tell you say the Burger King, them and all of these places, them after them take out the blood, them need the blood, but them have the body. So, them send them now got on mince meat, mince this and mince that. So them say, all right, if you want to eat piece of meat, make sure say you see the cow or the goat. Don't take it mince because it can be human flesh. And it's America doing these things, on purpose.
Empress Aki, before you say anything, I don't who told me, or I listened to it the other day, this document where this particular slave master, our brethren try run away or something. So, and the discipline he gave, kill the man, take out the heart and liver, and force the rest of them to eat it right there in front of everybody to instill that kind of a fear they wanted to instill in I and I. So some real atrocities, see. Honorable Empress, go ahead.
Yes, blessed love.
One second, Empress Hakim.
Yes.
And I think Priest Barry also wanted to say something.
Okay.
All right. Let Priest Barry talk and then you're going to talk, Empress. Seeing that you talk
Okay.
already.
Yes,
Give
yes,
thanks
yes.
for your understanding.
Yes,
Honorable
blessed.
Priest Barry.
Greetings, royal family of all.
My Lord.
It's thanks for the EABIC, True Divine Church of Salvation, the leader, God and King. Manuel Charles Edward, the Black Christ in flesh. I will stand above all organization, governmental, parliamental, statical, churchical, and sabbatical, yeah? So founded in 1950 and 8, Bacawal, 54B Spanish Town Road. Now headquarters at Teeman Hill, otherwise known as AKA Bobo Hill, in 10 Mile, Bull Bay, St. Andrew, So my Lord and Empress, so the Black Christ, they were supposed to take the Congress from lowland to island. But in order to achieve this, we need the international unity of the Congress because as far as I see, it's too much division and this and man. In a way that the man they are saying that, we are get it to a right way. All of we can depend on one accord. Because I think the only way that we can achieve repatriation with reparation, because if all of we are go home, we go one place. But if we depend on one page, because if you know depend on one page, I will backlash and scrumbling, I will go on, we still are going in the west and we can't go in the east with that. What I say? So, we have come to a solution to solve this issue we have as far as not then pan a one plane unification program as God and Goddess of the earth. My Lord and Empress, that's the question I pose. My Lord.
Okay, Honorable Empress Aki, 1 minute. It's something we even see in our going forward to Africa even now. We don't have this unity. So a man get a piece of land in Ghana And next man go over there with, but no communication. So him get an next piece of land. But guess what? It come like me in Trinidad and the man get a piece of land in St. Vincent. Because I hope big Africa is, you know. So we down there and we kind of defeated back ourselves because we spread out. I used to show the man them and say, brethren, we talk so much about Africa and we don't even have a big Africa map a big Africa map should be, I don't know if it's there in the gatehouse or where you come in there or some place where we can look at the map and we can even go forward strategically. Right now we just up and going. You know, car brethren, right now I talked to him this morning. He said he's the only man, only Rasta man which part of the then give me some good reason, to see how the people are welcoming him. But we're not moving strategically, my Lord Empress. I don't want to take up too much time. Empress Akim, the floor is yours.
Also.
Blessed. I just wanted to make a point. So Priest Earl made a statement about some of the things that are going on in Africa, and maybe he is speaking on one situation that stands out to me. What happened with this celebration in Nigeria, where the men there celebrate the opportunity to rape women, and things of that nature. And I lift that up because one of the things I would say about the title of this segment, the war for peace, I would place one word there, the spiritual war for peace, because we know, as Rasta, that we don't really get too much into politics, but we can't really escape it, right? From the European or Western perspective, we really don't delve into it. But repatriation is a desire of a conscious African, for sure. But for me personally, whether I'm here in the States or whether I'm go to Africa, the biggest issue, the biggest war is spirituality that we cannot escape. And it's good that we reason about what's going on, the administration here in the States and the administration in Africa. But until we have righteous leaders, and I think that's where the Congress comes in at, because we bring that element of spirituality and politics, and that should be our focus. How do we get ones to elevate spiritually? Because the war is spiritual. The war is spiritual. And those who are in power, most of them aren't spiritual. That's why they can war and kill and bomb countries over resources that are plentiful. And we do get caught up in it. And oftentimes there's a lot that I don't know, because I never turn on my television. My television hardly ever comes on. If I'm privy to information, it's because I feel like it was divine for me to know, or I'm reasoning about things, with my coworkers. But there's so much that I don't know about what's going on in the system, because it would drive you insane trying to reason over stupidity of our administration, whether it's here again or on the continent. And until one's aligned with righteousness, we're going to continue to go in circles talking about these things. And I just wanted to lift that up, that the war is not physical. It is spiritual, and it's very, very heavy. Who feels it knows it, I say. And my desire is that we continue to get ones to align spiritually. And what does that look like? We talk about unity. We do it here, right? We can't separate the spiritual from the political, because that's what Rastafari is about. But overall, it's a tough thing to even sit and ponder over, and I try not to give too much energy into it. I have a voice about what I feel like, but it always goes back to the spiritual principles, which brings a balance and a wholeness about humanity as a whole. And that's what we're fighting against. And I just wanted to make that point. Bless it.
Blessed love, Empress. The war is physical and spiritual, Empress. This is why we try to put our reasoning as solution based. And as I say, one of the things is that the brethren, them, the kind of information we're getting in Africa now, that we could go down up there more prepared. For instance, the brethren say you ain't see no broadleaf thyme. You don't see no shadow benny. That is a herb that's used down here. him not see no Pumarak tree where they are them call Ethiopian apple, you know. So we know say, well, yes, we had to go down with certain seeds, you know, see. We need to build restaurants, malls. So we employ we one another. Agriculture is a key in the place, and land is available in a way from we have a plan. So we get that information that we can enter Africa strategically and now reach down there in the kind of a Judeo-Christian mode, like a rich in Zion, and you know do nothing, and you're actually not at some poverty line you're living in because you don't have no movement, you don't have no vehicle. So these are what these reasoning want to result in our sustainability plan when we reach home. We don't want to reach home there and then you're sending and call a man in America to send our money for you. My Lord and Empress. Floor is open.
Through the
Oh,
chair.
before you go, Empress Trisha, how much time we have left in this segment, please?
15 minutes exact.
Okay.
Another
10.
Another
Actually,
3
10.
seconds.
Yes, good thanks. Yeah, I think it was Thursday. Yeah, Thursday or Friday. Running through the media and I hear 750 soldiers Iran took out. I was like, whoa, 750. You know, everything just have you like, whoa, and whoa, just keep coming back to back. Back in the days before internet, it's like it was more easier to follow up the news and events, and events
Too much news media
wasn't
now.
it's events upon events. And you see the thing about that now, when you have these events back to back, you don't get to really follow up on what take place before, you know, and things don't really get even looked into for them to rectify anything. So that they have a way of distracting you, right? Distracting you from real problems, right? Or not real problems, but problems that was before that need to be dealt with. You see, if we look at what has been going on since Trump Day, it is ongoing, back to back, the events, right? So now it's just natural as we say we're in the world, we are aware of what's going on in the world, you know. But if you really follow up this thing and take it in, it could have you a certain yeah, it could put
Barrow.
your yeah, it could put your mind in a
Barrow.
certain state. Yeah,
Yeah.
understand? Yeah, because it's not the news is not like back in the days. You understand where you could have just take up the morning news and the 6 o'clock news and the newspaper, and you know what? It's not that easy again. You have to follow. You see it? So yeah, we just have to understand politics in this time. You understand it? It have a strategy of distraction within it, right? And obviously, you know, it have trickery, you see it, and all kind of way how they would try to play with your mind and make it seem as that way when it's really not that way. You
I
understand? And
know.
they have certain people speaking. You
Yes.
understand? It can go,
Propaganda.
it can go
Propaganda
propaganda to its
machine is
highest,
alive and well.
yes, to its
Yeah.
highest. You
Yeah.
understand? So we just have to be careful with that, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
Yes, sir.
And the strategy against all of that is the strength of the collective. See, the strength of the collective break down all them barriers. And the collective for a right. That means they say it's even bigger than Rasta. Collective for the right.
Question,
You
please.
know?
Yeah, no,
Black
me could answer. Hold on, don't pose your question yet, Empress. Let us just answer Mama Maze's question and put that to bed before you even pose your one. Because we're posing question, we're not answering them.
My question kind of is a question with her question pertaining to Mama Maisie's question too.
Go ahead then.
Because she asked,
compound the question.
yes, because Mama Mira asked, are we ready? That was her
Yeah.
question, right?
Right.
So we're talking about repatriation. And, you know, I've heard that it's a spiritual more than physical, but of course, that was corrected. It is spiritual and physical.
Natural.
We can naturally see people getting harmed and they. Empress Akim mentioned that in Nigeria, I think she said that men are rejoicing because they have the opportunity to disrespect women in ways that they can disrespect. I mean, when we repatriate the government itself, how do we protect each other? How do we protect the children? How do you protect the woman or the sisterhood when we get there? Because we don't want, we know, I mean, things happen even in the spaces that we're living in. How are the brothers going to protect us? It can't just be spiritual. And I know being that it's a priesthood order, we say you cannot have weapons, etc. But how do you protect us when we get there? And that's in addition to Empress Miriam's question.
Yes. Hello.
Go ahead, priest.
Oh, yes, through the chair, my lord.
My lord.
Oh, Miriam, a simple answer for you. No, we are not ready. No, we are nowhere near ready. Neither spiritually, physically, materially, we are not ready because we are still having these conversations. Because a day like today, if we were ready, we would be having strategic planning. That's what we would be reasoning about. Strategic plans, and highlighting how we're going to fund what we need to fund and who is going to go and do what. You understand? So we're not ready. And to answer the Royal Empress's present question, how do we protect the Empresses? We have to go in with the mindset like Bariso Babo. We have to go in and become part of the African fabric. And the Royal Empress, Dr. Arikana, spoke to this when she was in Jamaica the other day. Rastafari, she said the problem she had with our Rastafari bridging them, and she says, I have a lot of Rastafari bridging, especially and sisters, those coming out of UK.
Yes.
And she says the other day she was contacted by one of them who says he is ready and he's coming in. But she said when she listened to all he had to say, what she got from it was that he was coming in to create a new ecosystem. And she said she have a problem with that. You understand? He was not coming in to support and strengthen and help to build the ecosystem that is already there foundationally from our ancestral time, but coming in with a new ecosystem, which will not work because it was tried in Shashamani, and we see how Shashamani end up, seeing where the surrounding indigenous Africans don't interact with the returning Africans because the returning Africans have an arrogancy, see, and they have not mastered the art of assimilation, assimilating into the fabric that's there. Give thanks again, show you the great teacher, our students are well taught. The Honorable Priest Barrister Babu, not perfect, because one might be mumbling under them breath, but we're not saying that he's perfect. We are saying that he understood the lesson and he went and he applied what he was taught and he has become part of the fabric there, wherein he is intimately involved in the security system in his region. When there's security problems, he's called. He's right there with the commissioner of police and the mayor and all of those and addressing it and applying solutions to the problem. We have to go in and become part of the council of elders that are in the regions where we are going to abide. And that is how we become secure. That is how we become accepted by the indigenous Africans that are already there. Not going in there with our brainiac vibes to say, well, yeah, we're coming in with our PhD in whatever. No, we are coming in there to share in the technology and understanding that we have gained but we also must be coming in there humble to learn from them that are already there, who have lived there all their life, and to see what their needs are, how we can strengthen them, how we can work together in collaboration to achieve a better living standard, to achieve the progress in those very regions that we choose to reside. Honorable Chair.
Right. When you say he coming in with,
Precisely.
when you say he was coming in with a new ecosystem, and she said he never want to apply himself to the original. What do you mean by ecosystem?
A new concept of development, a new approach to developing within or to assimilating within the era in which he's going. See, he's not going in there and saying, well, okay, the area needs a bridge. That bridge will serve everybody. So we're going to work on a bridge. He's going in there to set up a separate system, a Rasta village, then, if you want to call it that, see, within the African context. And we should not, Rastafari should not mean as much as it means to us out here, you know. We became Rastafari to separate ourselves from the other fractions of colonial settings. When we go into Africa, we become Africans. We
No.
must become Africans. Think like Africans. We are going to learn what it is to be a true indigenous African. Not to going and say, well, true in our religiosity, we never did deal with certain things a certain way. But in that region where we choose to live, that practice, whatever practice it is that we are opposing, was there thousands of years. It didn't come through colonialism. It didn't come through. It was an indigenous practice. It's like going into the Congo region and seeing the pygmies in their habitation, and we want to tell the pygmies how to live. When the pygmies are some of the first people to develop themselves into an organized society. See, we don't know everything. We are hybrids. Yes, we have learned a lot of technology, which is what we can share. How to make the bridge better, how to build the dam better, how to build sustainable housing, how to do farming that does not destroy the ecology. That's what they are looking for from us. Not to come tell them, no, you're not right because yeah, farmer worship not right or that farmer cultural expression not right. How do we know? How do we know? Our right and wrong comes from the West, from growing in the West and understanding things from a Western point of view. Not saying that everything in Africa is right and perfect, you know, but using our understanding, using our listening to that voice within. If we do it with an open mind, with an open heart, and not with a biasness, we will be able to identify what applies to us and how we can make the thing universally beneficial to all in the regions where we find ourselves.
Honorable Priest Savannah,
Yes, Empress.
I'm glad I prayed to the chair. I'm glad that you said that because I'm looking at the YouTube live and someone asked the Rastafari, with regards to the same question, the Rastafari groups could have their own communities. So I posted, well, question, if we repatriate to live among ourselves, how do we relearn being African? Basically what you were saying just now. And the response is learn Ethiopian ways to build homesteads and communities. In South Africa, it's there. Brother Amlak Alu, ALEW, Abak Halipi YouTube channel. Not sure. Never read site, but so I just wanted to, let ones know what is the conversation that's going on the platform. So I'm glad the way that you answered the question for clarity for the person listening in on the YouTube. Milo, blessing.
Majesty blessed.
Right,
In
Chair.
honorable praise.
We have
You're
1 minute.
free.
1 minute.
Go ahead, Priscilla.
You have a minute or two.
Or two.
It still is a struggling because even when me da hear the brethren from South Africa, right, and him say, prior say Rastafari, like everyone want to say Jamaica. So that was even a problem, right? But I feel like it's them a put themselves in a problem because no African really and truly, if you ask them where is Jamaica, they say somewhere in Africa. They did not know that Jamaica is in the Caribbean. So just the thought of say Rastafari and become Jamaican in Africa, that even a problem to them, which a man should have known, say, there was a energy where even you were attacked, you know, at that energy did rise you also, whether the music from the West here or something did rise you, and now you rise. And when you look now, you see the said young man them, taking the said road that you take, right? Get the inspiration from the West Jamaica, and you have a problem with that. Like, yes, it can rose from Africa now, kind of reach there. You see what I say? But when it come out to certain thing, I wanted to look from the grassroots where it originated from at all time. Just like how the foundation, the camp, no matter where you are going, 1 year right now, your police on camp and all type of thing with social media, I tell you. So, if you know why he's even afraid to go to camp, even high, where just a little mile, and you go, you see a beer police on camp. So, I say then, how Priest Daniel go up, how his Empress go up. So, me if you look through that also, you understand, I say, but these things are just a scare tactic, just like we are going in the world. So, when I go, I don't see one police. From Friday till now, I don't see a police. But if you follow the social media, and you see it, and then the people them that are right there too, not far away, feel like, be a police on the camp. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. So the rumor, where them spreading, sometimes it does sound away, one perfect love.
My Lord. Bless. Floor is open.
Next segment, my lord. That 1 minute was up. The Empress
Yes,
is coming in now. Next segment.
Rastafari.
The Learning Journey, in association with Turn It Up Tuesday and hosted by Ross Audio, presents Did You Know? For our disclaimer, the information sourced here is based on the cross-examination of relevant literature and sources. Various terms are used in this presentation. Do not be offended by them. They're just used to set the context. Let us begin. Jamaica is said to be one of the most religious places in the world. Many have suggested that Jamaica has the most churches per square mile. And of course, these churches include the Baptist, Moravian, Presbyterian, Anglican, Pentecostal, and others. This story is about one preacher who knew how to persuade and how to lead his people. The late Louis Bennett even made a lyrical piece for this man. Here's a sample of her lyrics. Dip them bedward, dip them in the healing stream. Dip them sweet but not too deep. Dip them to cure bad feelings. She goes on to sing. Some come from west like perfect pests, figure in at the healing stream. Some come from east like Lego bees, figure dipping at the healing stream. Yes, this story is about Alexander Bedward, who was labeled a flying preacher. However, it should be known that Alexander Bedward may have been more advanced in thoughts and deeds. You decide. Alexander Bedward, a Jamaican healer, led the Baptist Free Church from its inception in 1884 until his death on November the 8th, 1930. He was an ordinary Jamaican who was a tinsmith and his wife was a baker. However, there are reports that Bedward spent time working on the Panama Canal. He found this experience a traumatizing one. This experience may have changed his life. It is believed that during this time in the Panama Canal, he became politically conscious and gained more awareness of the oppressive systems in the Caribbean. Bedward viewed the Jamaican government during this time as oppressive.
Subway's new seafood subs. 3 recipes inspired by the flavors of the coast. Go all in on our
On his return to Jamaica, he would produce some of the most powerful messages of hope to the Jamaican people. These messages were unsettling for many whites who believed that Bedward's messages would incite unrest. Many thought that his messages were advocating for an insurrection. The story of Bedward is fascinating. The authorities seem to suggest that Bedward was illiterate, but I believe he was self-educated and he was able to impose his influence on Jamaicans and others across the Caribbean. His followers claimed that he could perform healings and provide spiritual blessings to those around him. For example, people who were unable to walk were healed. He also had the practice of selling water from the Hope River. He claimed that by blessing the water, it would have healing properties. Based on this claim, Bedward was arrested. The case against him was not successful. Bedward was released, and afterwards, the followers of Bedward increased tremendously. Historical documents suggest that Bedward had thousands of followers. He had mass baptismal service that were held by the Hope River, and of course there were thousands of people. One historian highlighted by the time the service started, all points of the riverbank was already populated by Bedward's followers. Those with a view to see Bedward would see him in his armchair, and he was dressed in white. It is said that Bedward amassed so many followers that his movement could have transformed the political landscape of Jamaica. The reality is that he was a threat to the British-operated government. I am sure that those in charge would have been planning to find a way to limit Bedward's influence. So when Bedward prophesied that there would be an ascension into the skies one Sunday morning, he had attracted the attention of the British authorities. I guess that Sunday morning everyone was dressed up and ready to go into the clouds. After the time had passed, he revised the time, and as time passed, he sat in his chair. Many of his followers could not understand why the ascension had not taken place. With the unsuccessful ascension, it was an opportunity for the destruction of Bedward and his followers. Bedward and some of his followers were arrested as they attempt to march from Augustown to Kingston. In reality, it was an ambush. The authorities used this unfortunate situation to label Bedward as a person of unsound mind. In those days, we call them a madman or a lunatic. Bedward was placed in a mental institution where he would spend the last days of his life. As a child, the only part of the story that I was told was about a lunatic who wanted to fly. At no point was I told that Bedward was fighting for equal rights and justice. At no point was I told that Bedward, a religious leader, had threatened the status quo. At no point was I informed that Bedward was a forerunner.
Subway's new seafood subs. 3 recipes inspired by the flavors of the coast. Go all in on our
For Marcus Garvey and his movement. Yes, he was. He is quoted as saying, "There is a white wall and a black wall. And the white wall has been closing around the black wall, but now the black wall has become bigger than the white wall." The reality is that Bedward was a threat to the colonial state, and any threat must be addressed and suppressed, and that's what the British authorities did. One researcher who was able to track down the followers of Bedward after he had passed stated that Bedward was not insane. It was far from the truth, and the stories that were designed by those whites were there to discredit Bedward. Although many will question Bedward's sanity, I would say that Bedward created a movement for racial awareness and consciousness that soon found connections to Marcus Garvey and his movement. As we remember Bedward as he dipped each person in the healing stream, let's remember he was also dipping them into a stream of consciousness that there would be no need for inequality or injustice in our society. Take a few moments to reflect on Bedward and his movement to make Jamaica and the Caribbean a better place. My question to you is, what will be your final view of Bedward? Is he a person of unsound mind or a lunatic for suggesting that he would ascend into the heavens as recorded in history? Or a man with a voice for the oppressed who was later labeled by the oppressors as a man of unsound mind, and the only intention of doing so was to place him in a mental institution or asylum so that he could be no more threat to them and their political powers? Thanks for listening. That's all for now. Over to you, Rossi.
Honorable Chair.
Majesty bless. My
Yes.
Lord. How long were
I
you
am,
that was?
that was like 1820s, in the 1820s. And he passed
Okay.
away in 1930,
Okay.
on the 8th of November, right after the coronation of the emperor. It is said that it's like he was waiting for the emperor to take his position, and when he heard that the emperor took his position, he just gave up the ghost. Anyway,
Yeah.
beyond that, a lot of the rumors that were spread about him were spread by the white world.
Yes,
About
ma'am.
him, his thing to fly, and all kind of things that they said. We're not even going to they're not even going to mention them because we don't want them to continue on. The Anglican bishop at that time, okay, and the Catholic bishop was Charles Gordon, and the Anglican bishop was Enos Nuttall. See, they conspired with the magistrate of Jamaica, which was Leslie Probing at the time, to get rid of Bedward. Bedward at that time, he and his followers, they were skilled craftsmen. They didn't work in the system. They were independent people. They built one of the most magnificent churches on the island of Jamaica during that time. Magnificent, historical. As a matter of fact, right now, the ruins are a historic site. Jamaica has declared it a historic site. See, this was a man that, after working on the Panama Canal, which, if you know, Marcus Garvey passed through there, seeing what's his name, the other Rastafari that inspired Dada, Hibbert,
Yeah.
Nathaniel Hibbert, passed through there. Seeing a lot of the Caribbean people that rose up in that time as black leaders passed through Costa Rica and Panama during that period of time, and that's where they got their black culture, their black awareness was awakened in them, and he was one. He came forward to Jamaica, and his shepherd was a brethren called Shakespeare, Harrison E. Shakespeare Woods, who led the flock in Augustown. And when he was a hermit, he lived in a cave. See, and when he envisioned his time to transition, he called his flock together and he turned it over to Bedward. That's how Bedward became the leader of the Free Baptist Church in Jamaica. See, and he prophesied that you shall rise up a great congregation, which he did. Thousands of people once came from all over, from Panama, from Costa Rica, from all over the Caribbean, to get some of his understanding and to be dipped in the healing stream. Why the healing stream was called the healing stream? It's because it was one of the streams that had a high content of minerals in it. So if you had arthritis, if you had wounds, if you had certain ailments, after dipping you in that stream a couple times, you would see a difference. If it's even for a moment, the pain would subside. And that's why they created this narrative that he was selling the water. He was not selling the water. That's another lie. Okay. Um, he didn't at that time the science. They didn't know the science. They didn't understand why the water was so healing. See, but they knew that it had some form of powers in it. We came to know later on by the testing of those waters that the mineral content in it was above the normal river content. The average river did not have that percentage of combined minerals in it. And that's why it impacted the body, the goodie. If you go past Bull Bay to a place called Albion, you will see a monument there for Three Finger Jack. And it tell you that Three Finger Jack escaped his plantation after being whipped bad to near death. And his wounds, he had all these wounds on him. And when he came across that stream and dipped himself in it, those wounds were almost immediately healed. See, you can read it. There is a plaque on the monument there at about 12 mile. We're about 12 mile is before you get to 14 mile. See, it's right there, and they mounted that there to educate people. That stream
You
had
could,
a great, my
you
lord.
could identify where the Bedouin headquarters was in Augustown.
Yeah, the old ruin of the church is there to mark it right now. Like I say, it's a historic site. See, it's down in the center of Augustown. See, right on a little hillside there. See, if anyone will go there and just ask a question, people can show you. 'Cause it exists right there. When I in the book that you heard Priest Adigan spoke of, when I was doing that book, I did a lot of research on Bedward. That is how I came to know the little bit that I know about him. See, but that monument is there to mark where his establishment was, and you can see they have a video too on YouTube that shows you the whole ruin, and there was a narrator telling you about the history of the church and all of that. See, but that is where the first concept came from of black consciousness on a level in Jamaica that rose up the people then. Empress Trisha, if you can cue up the next documentary right away, the next it's a short documentary. We could just go into it and show, because we're going right from Bedward into the Bad Friday massacre because they're all tied to one another. It was the system trying to suppress the rise of black consciousness. And at that point in the Bad Friday, it was the Rastafari who was under the microscope. Seeing Dada, as we said on the flyer, we will highlight this. Dada in 1958, after the Great Convention, when that was the first that the Jamaica government knew that there was so much Rasta. It's that convention that highlighted that fact. They said in the Gleaner that over 3,000 Rasta gathered at Bakawal for for the convention. And you know, everyone should know the history. At the last days of the conference, the last day, there was a suggestion. There was a suggestion for the father and the gathering to end the last day in Victoria Park. Dada was against it. Our father was against it. This is one of the reasons why him pull back to from moving with a lot of ones because he was against it. He advised the man them said better we stay yes and done with him yes, but he was outvoted. And just like how we are, he goes with the majority of his brethren. If the majority say let's go down there, so the father, you know, succumbed to that and went. Now, while down there, an incident took place where CM Shedrack was climbing on a statue. The statue got damaged, and the authorities used that as an excuse to invade the gathering, to beat a lot of ones that were there. And while, doing what they did, they asked, who was the leader of this? And they pointed out the father. Now, the father had taken up a youth, a child, and had the child in his hand, thinking or with the mindset that with the child in him hand and everything, they would not accost him a certain way. That they didn't matter that. They just removed the child from him hand and they beat the father to near death. One of the elders that I interviewed told me, Bongo Iris Clark from Washington, D.C., told me that he was bathing his youth at the pipe side when it happened. So he was right there and behold the beating. He said that the father was bleeding from every orifice in his body. His ears, his nose, his mouth was bleeding. He said while in the Black Maria vehicle and the police boy them pounding him, the button broke. That didn't stop him. He dropped another button. And he said as the vehicle drove out, he could see the guy still beating the father. And they took the father from there to Denham Town, threw him in the back cell, and left him there to die. Give thanks, one of his nemesis, one of his arch enemy, that, enemies respect great adversaries. Is something that has been written about in history. Great people respect great people. So even though Joe Williams was a fighter against Rastan and against the father, when he came on duty, he was a sergeant at the time. When he came on duty the evening, he normally does his rounds in the station to check all of the cells and everything before taking him seat at the front desk. When he went to the back cell and saw the father, he recognized the father. They said that he ran to the front of the police station and asked, who did that? And they pointed out the two guys, them that was the most brutal. And he said to them, do you know who that is? Do you know what you have done? He said, get a jeep right now and take this man to public hospital right now. And that's how they took the father to the hospital. And as we know, the father survived. The morning newspaper declared that the father was dead. The morning front page newspaper said that he died. But as we know, he didn't. Even what them call, the virgin of them call Badass Bunny in one of his social media, his podcast, was speaking about it and was saying that the Emmanuel that we came and was admiring was not the real Emmanuel because Emmanuel died whenever. That was his misconception.
May hear him say that. May hear him say that.
To show you, say, what narrative went out in that time because the front page of the newspaper said it, that our father died, but he survived as we know. See? So it goes from that now into Pinnacle and Howell and how they destroyed Pinnacle, brutalized the people them up there same way, seeing, and it went on right down to Bakawal, and in 19 after the emperor came and they saw the 10,000 people at the airport greeting the emperor, they decided that they had to, well, they didn't decide. Britain sent a command or a mandate stating that they have to quell this movement. So they pounced upon Bakawal, I mean, even harsher than they did with Pinnacle, and eradicated. The father just had time to gather his few little belongings and put on the curbside when the bulldozers were coming to bulldoze down Bakawal. See, so that is the narrative of this, and now you'll hear one's giving you the testimonial of what happened on Bad Friday.
Yeah. Yes,
Bad
Honorable
Friday
Priest,
was in
only for question there.
1963. Okay.
Honorable Priest, sir.
Yeah. So, sitting at their conference table, we are in so much danger because if all of that was to stop the movement, God them say not even a footbreath, in Jamaica. So right now we are in more danger than even that time then, my lord. Bless
you. No, I wouldn't say that, because many things have changed from that time till now. Right now, Jamaica is claiming Rastafari as their indigenous culture. The Minister of Culture, Babsy Grange, has said it that she's the custodian of the Rastafari culture. Seeing they have addressed the Bad Friday by giving them some level of compensation. We don't think it's enough, but they gave them however much money they gave them to share among the survivors. And they have also this year this year, the Bad Friday gathering on Friday just gone, the 3rd of April, was held on 2 plots of land that the government has given them as part of the compensation package. See? So a lot of things have changed, and we need our Father. If we are fearful of stepping forward and letting our voices be heard, that means our Father would have taken that beating in vain. That our Father would have gone through all that he had gone through for nothing. He went through that to establish a Congress and to give us a voice. He established the Women's Freedom Liberation League to give the females a voice. And he went as far as to say, put them up front, because wherein they will maybe be more brutal to us or ignore us or whatever, the mothers, the voices of the woman will carry more impact, more weight among society than even I and I. So the Father had his strategy and everything, and he taught us it. It's just that we are not trying our work to do. You understand, for whatever reason. But if we follow the Father's narrative, organize the thing properly, make the empresses be part of our delegations when we are going out to deal with them, and let the empresses put forward, because we have this ego where we have to be the speaker and put forward the sound and thing. No, let the empresses go before us and make the plea or the demand or whatever we want to call it. Make that word sound to the authorities. We would get a greater response. See, now you have different areas of government that have been created to address these issues. And if we just educate our empresses in the right governmental procedures, see, and equip them with the right tools and allow them to take the lead in these areas, we would see much, much more accomplishment. My lord.
Hey. To the chair.
Honorable Chair, Mama is calling for the floor.
Empress, Chair, recognize
Give
Empress
thanks.
Daisy.
Give thanks, my lad. Give thanks, Priest Rasavana. That is the word from that. I was saying that we have so many powerful sisters right now, even within the Women's Freedom Liberation League. Would love that opportunity there right now. For and I, because Omi Seed Priest, we are really not knocking on doors, right? I don't see we are agitating for what is ours. You understand? We are not meeting in any heads up government. Right now, if you meet with a heads up government, you say you're a politician and rare. You understand, sir? But that is what Dada said in time to come, which is me feel this is the time. This is the time now come. For I and I sisters, daughters to get out there and to agitate and to claim what is ours. And what we are claiming, freedom, redemption, and international
Equal rights and justice.
repatriation. Yeah. And to go home to our motherland. Because the Father said, really, we don't really want anything down here. You understand? That is what they're agitating for. And that is what I and I supposed to be agitating for. And I was telling the sisters them the other day, say, the secretaries them of the Women's League to start to write some pamphlet, or some leaflet, and send it out to the people, to remind the people who we are, who them is, and that we have our home to go back to. You understand? So, because a while now, no pamphlet no go out. No leaflet. We used to minister out leaflet every week. Leaflet out there with 2 paragraphs of freedom, redemption, international repatriation, and giving them some little history and thing. We need to get back to that. We need to get back to that. To strengthen back the generation. Even the young people, them, when them see a leaflet and when them see the important words on it and worry about themselves, them find it more interested, right? Don't it? Eh?
True, Mama. True,
Yeah,
Mama.
that is what I'm saying. But I give thanks for this reason, yeah? Continue the good work of teaching I and I, because we never too old to learn, and teaching the younger generation then, because soon they'll be taking their place as the elders within this Congress, and within this council. Be blessed, family. Have a wonderful week, my Lord and Empress. Blessed Lord.
As
What
we
a
open up,
Blessed
war
Empress.
to bust
Go
a
ahead, Empress.
cabinet singing what a war.
Now, today is the first day of independence for the latest new nation of the Commonwealth, Jamaica.
What a war to bust a cabinet singing what a war.
It really was the Bustamante government's first clash with the Rastafari.
And Mr. Bustamante say, carrying all Rastaman, dead or alive. Bringing all Rasta, dead or alive. What boy can hold Bogil before them?
When him said the jail can't hold them, throw them on Bogil. Bogil is a cemetery in Mobile. That means to kill them.
Bustamante come blind now. The second one come dead now. And Mr. Shearer can't shear out himself.
My name is Selborne A. Reed. I'm an ex-Jamaican policeman, retired detective inspector. In our shooting range, the targets were oftentimes the image of a Rastaman with locks, and in our mind, that was the look of a criminal.
We have a responsibility, and we have to make sure that this government is answerable to what happened to Rasta in 1963. And we say this without any apology.
Did you know? So did you know how the elders suffered because they called on Rastafari? So did you know how the elders suffered to bring this liberty to I and I? So did you know how the elders suffered because they called on Rastafari? So did you know how the elders suffered to bring this liberty?
Yes, my Lord, Majesty. Was it after the Coral Gardens that Rex Nesselford and you we did organize the Africa mission, the Africa trip, my lad, with Morty
no, it was
McLaren?
before. No, it was before. One of the
Which
brethren
one?
we hear talk about Bogil a while ago. We say Bogil is the cemetery, and that's why them
Yeah,
and them
yeah,
said that.
yeah.
He was one that went on the
It
mission. He
was
was
one,
one of the
yeah.
three. Yeah,
Like Alvin,
Philbert
Alvin name?
Philbert Alvaranga.
Okay, yeah, yeah. And I
Mm-hmm.
was 61.
So Honorable
Yeah.
Chair,
Honorable,
why are they ask that
Honorable
question to?
Prince.
Why they ask that question to? They can't get a call, and I don't know who is behind it. They must come and demonstrate for the done in Bulbe. You see it? Yes, so that was Thursday gone. You see it a day before Bad Friday, as you just said. You see it? So that road reached the camp. So that's why I asked you that question if we are still in that danger. As though it maybe seem modern, but I don't see the danger change. Because if you couldn't know what the bubble camp stand for. And you send no for bubble to come demonstrate for the done. Yes, where it reaching on purpose.
But who made that? But who sent? Who was the one that sent for Bobo? Who sent that message? I never pre-served.
Yeah, but it was coming from the down, and it passed through, Priest Imani, where, it would have easier to bring the word, to the gatehouse. Yes, sir. It never really come from no badness still, but the word don't go come that they are looking for Bubba to come and join the demonstration, but I think that the police them they kind of, lock it off because they knew about this demonstration. But that road reached. I don't know if the Honorable Prophet of Cuto is on the line. He could have testified. I think they was there when that was talking yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that is politics, and that is politics and badmanism and thuggery. That have nothing to do with Freedom Redemption International repatriation and us being in danger. We're only in danger up above a hill because people like Imani is in cahoots with them brethren there. You understand? Like I told, I'll take sorry chair, but I have to just give a little history to this. When our esteemed brother, the Honorable Priest Edley, was taken, and I went down and decided to be the voice of justice within that whole situation. I contacted one of my schoolmates who is in the government system, and I went by him. I spent a couple of days with him in St. Anne's, and one of the days it was a holiday, and he told me to come with him in the morning. Didn't tell me where we were going, and he took me to a cookout in Portland Hills, way up in the mountain. It was a police cookout. It was the death squad that was having a cookout. I got to meet some of the wickedest police on the island. See, and I was there hearing all kind of stories of how them killed this wanted man and that one and whatever. That is now one of the death squad. They don't come with handcuff when they come in. They don't come with handcuff. That means that they're not taking no prisoner. They come with body bags. See, now the head of it, my brethren took him and he and I went one side to reason. And I was putting the case to him now of what is happening up above hill. And how I and I as church people, as a passive people, non-violent people, are being preyed upon and so forth and so on. Now giving him hear me talk, I could see the disgust on his face. And I was wondering if it's just true I'm on his rasta why he had that look. When I don't speak now, I realized why he had the look. He said, Bubba, you know the truth. If you come from up above hill, you know the truth. You're bridging them up there is part of the whole thing. Them in collusion with the man them up there. And the man called name. He called name of who the bad man was, or couple names of who they were. Okay. And I won't call the name because we're on live stream. But is the name them that I come to know of who the Dan is that Priest Earl is talking about right now that wants to come out and demonstrate to him. See? Several of them, and that was one of the reasons why our brethren Priest Power was murdered. Because of that same guy who is in jail, who Priest Power's son was in jail at the time and had some run-in with him and support and so on. Anyway, the police went on to give me a whole story of what is happening up there and tell me when they went up there a couple times to raid. Him said the guys them is at a strategic position where they see them, no matter which angle them coming from, they can see them and they can abscond to a different region. So they have been futile in their endeavors to try and approach them and to try and deal with them. Them said the only way that it could happen is for and he was telling my schoolmate now to go in and make a complaint and register the complaint in some department where my brethren would know. And then that complaint would come down the line and they would mount a police and soldier initiative and sweep across that whole region. And that's the only way they could do it. But the little raids that they've been going on with just them, with just like 5-10 death squad brethren, is not going to do it. They need the soldier them on the ground with the soldier helicopter them overhead and all of that to be able to have any success in their mission. But the point I'm trying to highlight here is that the man them say that I and I bridging them up there is in collusion with them. See? And that's why the man had this disgusted look on him face when I was talking like I talk rubbish. See, and I think I give them some insight that them don't know, you know. I giving them out. No, the man knew everything about the situation, know everything that was going on. I didn't know what he knew. Family.
My Lord, Majesty. So it was even after Mortimer Planner and them man come from Ethiopia that the government went on with this atrocity.
Yes, my lord. Remember them shelf the report, you know. The man him have all kind of room about Mortimer to say him never said whatever. Mortimer them gave the full report and the full report was written. And the government did not get the report that they wanted or expected. Because when they were sending the Rassis to Africa, they were sending them there to see suffering and abject poverty in its raw. And they thought now that when the man them come back, they would give up the repatriation initiative and settle for what they call rehabilitation, which is settle into the system. The government will give them a little piece of land and some seed and whatever.
Yes, Africa now.
Yes, exactly. But the man them come back and say the states that they went to, Red Rug was rolled out. Mortimer had a personal thing there with the emperor, you know, audience with the emperor, and spoke about it. The emperor tell him, say, yeah, land there, you know, see it. And not only land, one of the Shashamani is a prime piece of land, you know. Was one of the prime piece of land that the emperor put aside for I and I coming home. So he was telling them that vast amount of land is here in Africa, which is what I was talking about earlier, that have been put aside, plots have been put aside for the returning residents, see, and that we should come home. And when they went to Ghana, Sierra Leone, 5 states that they went to, they got the same reception, seeing greetings, my brothers. Oh, give thanks. Even one of the queen mothers said to them, what taken us so long for come? We've been waiting on you. Seeing? So when they came back and put all of those things in the report, the government shelved it because that is not what they want to promote. That report didn't come privileged to us until not too long ago, maybe a decade or 2 ago. And we're talking about a report that was made from 1961.
Yes.
So it shows you the plot to keep us in the island. You know, see it. Portia Simpson, and I will end with this. I was at the 2013 Rastafari conference at the University of the West Indies. And the day that I was to present, the very hour that I was to present, Portia came. So I didn't present at the time. We gave her the slot and she came and she spoke. And in asking her about repatriation, you heard what her statement was. She said, how can I? She said, no, I would be foolish to grant repatriation, to send away some of my most valuable citizens. So that tell you the mindset of the government, not just under her. She was just echoing what was said before and what is held in parliament by them. We are somebody because reggae, Rastafari culture, ganja in Jamaica is what, and Marcus Garvey. Those 4 elements put Jamaica on the map of the world.
Yeah.
Not running. Bolt and them just come the other day, so them can not running. You know, no running has put us higher on the world stage. But prior to that, it was Marcus Garvey, Rastafari, ganja, and reggae music that put us on the world stage. And who created all of that? Who highlighted Marcus Garvey that made them make him the first national hero? Rastafari. See, Rastafari. We have been the foundation of the greatest development on the island of Jamaica. And I can take it further. In the Caribbean, Seeing as much as we are despised, we are yet to be accepted in Jamaica. We still stand on the premise that we have been the highest level of consciousness, the highest form of agitation and resistance to colonial powers, seen, and the greatest generator of revenue on the island of Jamaica. So how could they send away a people like I and I? That was her statement, and we have to see them reality there.
That's
My Lord,
right.
back to you.
That's it. It's my floor is open, you know. Yeah.
Where the empresses are, the empress them always have the wisdom, right now, They them show some of the most
Blessed love. Blessed
blessed.
love. Lot of
Honorable
celebrate.
Empress Lily May. Bless.
I did drop a rest, you know.
Yes,
This is my rest time, right?
All right,
I.
mama. All right. No, there's nothing wrong with that.
Honorable Priest Franklin is a survivor of the Black Friday Coral Garden
Precise
massacre.
actually too.
Massacre, yes, mama. That's true. Very true. Give thanks. I was gonna say it and I forgot in all of my talk. So give thanks the eye back eye up and come with that statement. Finish your statement, mama.
Precise actually.
Okay, we also
Priest Isaac too.
Yeah, precise. That was in Ethiopia that passed on.
Priest Isaac, Priest Isaiah.
Yes, Priest
Yeah,
Isaiah. Yes, sir.
Right.
Isaiah.
I was gonna talk about next. Priest Paul Barasobaba have a book that he wrote. And he have two daughters here, Princess Carlo and Princess Ascali.
Who have two daughters, mama?
Priest Isaiah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're my two little princesses. I just help them sometime when I get help. Two beautiful little daughters, one about.
Question. I pray a question. Mama Lele, when he go Ethiopia, him have those two children?
Of course. His
I
wife,
think
I
he
came
put on
meet his
the
wife
old.
before she passed away. Yeah,
I
his
never
wife
know
was
that.
Sister Scully. And now the children, they are orphan.
Wow. We never know that. We should end up fund them, man. We never know that.
Did he also lose a son, mama? Mama Lily, did he also lose a son down there?
I think so. I think I heard that word.
Yes.
And you have a book though. You could ask Priest Barasa Baba. It's a very slim book, slimmer than my own, and it's a very good book. He told about the massacre, like how he was riding his bicycle and going to make bread. When they and beat him. But he have two beautiful daughters here,
When
princesses.
they what? Beat him?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Priest Isaiah go through it, and Priest Franklin. And in the book, he have a good description of what happened in the book. That's all I can remember. He said he put his bread to set. And when he
in a
go
coral
for
garden.
flower, he goes some flower, and he come back riding his bicycle. They must escorted him and must beat him or something. But I only had a little time to read the book because Shadow, Peace Doug, Peace Shadow from Miami Brands. He took the book.
Yes.
Yeah, from Priest Paul and lent it to me to just read. So I just scanned through it quick, And
yeah,
it's very
yeah, man. Yeah, I have it. I have that book.
This is who?
Empress Lily.
Who's speaking?
I Rasavana. I have that book, mama.
Oh, you have the book?
Yes, mama.
Good. Your voice sound different. All right then. So you know what I talking about then.
Mama, definitely.
Peace and love. That's my little contribution.
Blessed love. Rastafari. Hey, peace, Rastafari. The Empress, what I tell you, I get the reason to it. Was Mama Fire, was Mama Moses.
Oh, Queen Mother Moses. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Floor is open, my Lord
Mama,
and Empress.
you see that
Eh?
that Rasta Empress in the last piece of clip there, the one that spoke and was saying what she said there. She was sitting down and spoke. You see, her husband, she saved his life. You know how she saved his life? Her mattress. She cut out a part of her mattress and put her husband climbing there, and she put the mattress to stand up and lean against a wall. So when the police them kick off the door and come in there, it's just she alone them say. Seeing that time her husband was hiding in the mattress, you know.
Justice.
And she was
Yeah.
pregnant too.
See her there?
A boy can't hold Bogill before.
Yeah.
She was
Yeah, man,
pregnant
the
at the
mama
time
there.
when she was doing that, don't it, my lord?
Yes, I think so. But she hide her husband to show you how desperate at times it was. She cut out the mattress and make him go in there and lean it up against the wall. So he was standing up the whole time. The police them inside there and think him inside there. He can barely breathe or make a sound. Terrible time.
Yes,
So reparations, you know, when we're talking about reparations, and that year the Honorable Priest Rickman is speaking about reparations. Reparations is for I and I as Rastafari is even wider than just the transatlantic slave trade, you know. Seeing? Yeah. So the government of Jamaica, the Prime Minister gave an apology, which is one of the requests of CARICOM from all who partake in the slave trade. You know, they are requesting a formal apology along with now compensation. The government gave the apology, the Prime Minister did it in Parliament, and they granted them whatever amount of money, some million Jamaicans, which is pennies in the rest of the world. And start the process. Put it this way, so I won't even criticize. At least they have acknowledged and started the process of redress for those atrocities. See, so it's a whole heap to I and I, because our father's case has not been acknowledged and addressed yet. What happened to King Emmanuel has not been acknowledged and addressed yet. Because that is some of the compensation that should come and go to his family, to his sons, before our brother passed on, and so forth and so on. But that has not come up yet. We know that when the father filed this case, the idiot judge threw it out as frivolous. Our father had filed a case against Shearer and others who was involved during that time, and they threw out the case as being frivolous.
So guys. Yes, I.
So family, the Council of Elders is here to bring these knowledge to you. This is the Council of Elders that are here. So as much as things can be said negative about I, this is what the Council is here to do. To bring the knowledge, not only the historical knowledge, but the moral standards of our liberty to the forefront. That we all can know, and the younger generation can know how we are to approach things. The dignity and the uprightness in how our father, the Black Christ, King Emmanuel.
You would have called Honorable Empress Lily May want to say something?
In the late 18th century, the Atlantic Ocean held more than just the secrets of
one more piece of document.
The blood of thousands of Africans torn from their homeland and shackled in the belly of slave ships, bound for a life of brutal exploitation. Among the darkest of those voyages was the journey of the Zong, a British slave ship that left the coast of West Africa in 1781, overloaded with human cargo. 442 enslaved men, women, and children. But what happened aboard that ship would send shockwaves across the world. Stricken by navigational failure and dwindling resources, the crew made an unthinkable decision: to throw overboard more than 130 enslaved Africans, alive, so they could collect insurance for their deaths. The logic was chilling. These people were considered cargo, and cargo lost at sea could be claimed for profit. Black lives were not just dehumanized, they were monetized. The Zong massacre wasn't just a maritime crime, it was a moral catastrophe. No one was held accountable. There were no murder trials, no reparations, just silence, denial, and a system that allowed such an atrocity to be treated as a financial dispute. Yet, this horrifying event, buried in legal paperwork and whitewashed history books, became a turning point. This is not just a story about a ship. It's about power, greed, and the cost of black life in a world built to erase it. This is Black Untold, the Zong Ship, and Atlantic Ocean Massacre.
Just a piece adding to the narrative, to show you from where it started, It started from that time, from the watery graves of our ancestors coming on down the line, as you have heard, our fathers, well, Alexander Bedwood, then Howell. Howell died in 1981 after being attacked and beaten brutally at Tredegar Park, where they cut out his tongue. I don't know if ones know this. See, but Leonard P. Howell did not die a normal death. He didn't die same time. He lived for a year. Some of I and I Rastafari brethren put funds together and housed him at the Sheraton Hotel in Kingston. He lived there for a year until he succumbed to the brutality that was meted out to him. See, where he could not even speak because his tongue was removed. Blessed family.
Blessed love.
Majesty.
That's where the Titanic going down,
Huh.
Huh. What they song. I just come and be paid with the Titanic,
Yes, I.
And praise Rastafari, it was said in the report that was 3 Rastaman and 2 policemen that lose their lives in the Coral Garden massacre.
No, that was just at the initial incident at the gas station. But across the island, several ones lost their life. Several ones, that because remember now he declared open season on Rastafari that even the citizens turned against us. See him say wherever you see a Rasta man, you must report it. Wherever you see one or two of them gather, you must report it. That was the kind of sound that was put out. So even the citizens turned against I and I. See, so Rastaman was beaten up and dealt with in some very harsh ways. When I was coming into the Liberty as a young youth, I came in on the end of all of this, I and I, that's how we come learn the gully banks of the gully of Kingston, Because when I and I was coming in as young rats, I couldn't walk on the main road. The police then would arrest I and I, detain, not even arrest, detain I and take we go a no man's land and have we housed there without even a trial. So I and I used to have to walk the gully banks when we're going anywhere. We're going to any ISIS or we're going to check our bridging, we're going to look at draw herb or whatever. So we became very knowledgeable of the gully banks, how them line up in Kingston, which one to take to get downtown, which one to take to get down to Duane Park or to go Constant Spring or wherever we were going. And that was just the other day in my time. So just imagine what went on before my time. How dangerous it was to be a Rastafari. That's why that song that they use in it. Do you know what it took to be a Rastafari? What the elders went through is a serious lyrics. Yes, Mama.
I just want to say, I don't know if it mentioned already. You remember what the Prime Minister Yushira said when they say 2 or 3 Rastaman, what to do with them in the 70s, my lad? Eh?
Yeah, that was the same thing. Yes, I.
Mm-hmm. Beat them.
So that's what happened to us.
Yeah. So priest, when you look on that time and this time, we come up far way, you know. We come up far way in Rastafari, liberty that everyone know I check I look on Rastafari. You understand? And we are the light right now, you know, we are the light. But we have to live that way, we have to live, you know, my lad. Because we can't say we are the light and we live it in not showing who we are. And that's what hold us down to. Our liberty. You understand? Yeah, man.
Empress Miriam.
Blesses.
Let us put our hands together.
Yeah.
With Empress Trisha, Empress Dion, Empress Deborah, Empress, all the sisters, you know. On behalf of the Women Freedom Liberation League, you know, give thanks for, you know, to sacrifice their life, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, for the liberation of the Black House of Israelites, Rastafari, and general, you know.
So what you say we must do now? What you say we must write a pamphlet or send out something?
Yes, but we want to take this moment to just give thanks, you know, as Women's Freedom Liberation League. For the sacrifice for us, you know.
I do not know if anyone is on the platform who have been through Carroll Garden massacre. You know, I don't think so. But naturally.
Just remember them and give thanks and glorify, you know, for their sacrifice, you know.
True. Because the other day too, I was watching, you know, a documentary with, you know, the ones them that are alive, you know, who have been through, they are beaten. When them express themselves and what reach them. Boy, yeah, me lie down and yeah, water full up me hair run down, you know. You understand? For when we know say, yeah, man, me feel bad, me feel away for them, but me thank God say, you know, them can't alive to tell them testimonies. The people, the man that said them have to take them family and move by night. Go all up in a woodland with them. Oh my God. It wasn't easy. So we give thanks to Sister Lily. Yeah, man. We give thanks. Yeah, man. Glorify. Yeah.
Rastafari.
And we can write a pamphlet too, you know. Yeah, we can put it on the YouTube and thing too. Cause you know them I watch YouTube and thing. I send out a little thing for them seeing we man. We elders them, you know. Me don't know some people no love elders, you know. Me I tell you, man, boy, me I tell you, how they no love I and I. It's serious. Yes, I.
Empress Trisha, the great writers and of the Women's Freedom Liberation League.
Hey, she
have
said
worked
she go say the secretary. Oh.
Empress Trisha, no, anytime you write anything, she's have to oversee it and put it professional.
Yeah, man. She will look over it and then pass it, read it to me, and we come together and say, yes, it can pass. Yes, it good. Correct that. Correct this. That good. Yeah, man. True.
Mommy is the oi.
My honorable.
Let's say love, Mama.
You did I play the music yesterday?
Yesterday we did it on the altar, you know.
Oh, you did it on the altar?
Yes, and the day before too. Night.
Oh, yeah, I say priest, man. Man, me that watch the idea, me know, man.
Cho.
I wish me did that, you know. Oh, my
Yeah, man,
God.
that
Me
joy,
just
man.
wish me did that.
Sweeter than the honey and the honeycomb.
Oh,
That's
God.
that's what you said,
Congratulations, priest. It
Priest
was beautiful.
Barry.
Yeah.
Yeah, you the same?
Congratulations in order.
Yeah, I
Give
never know
thanks,
a
mama.
priest a big thing going for you, man. Pandisa
Yes,
dear, yeah,
I tell
boy.
you. Yes,
Congratulations, my brethren.
Bobo ask her what to get, you know?
Oh,
Bigger than Grammy and then something
wow.
where them a give you idol, you know?
Yeah, now an idol. We born idol, oh.
No.
Yes, I.
Yes,
Yes, Jabari, give thanks and congratulations, man.
True.
But it was good what I saw.
Yeah, man.
Majesty.
Yes, I. Holy
Yes,
Papit, no
man.
bless and thing, though.
Yeah,
God.
man. About half dozen kids get blessed up. Yeah, man.
Eh,
Dedicated, yeah.
big thing,
Yeah, man,
oh.
I see
Yeah,
it,
man.
man.
I'll
I
even
see
my
it.
princess get dedicated too.
Wow.
Yeah,
All right, so
she
the
live
next one,
still, but yeah.
the next one I'll be there, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Honorable bless. Give thanks,
Yeah,
my
man.
Lord.
Yeah, man, amazing. Unless we there Africa.
Africa. Yes,
Um,
sir. Yeah.
we'll take
Mm-hmm.
this moment to ask the Honorable Priest Brickman to come on and expand on the meditation that he had. Honorable Priest Brickman.
Well, family, blessed love.
My Lord.
Yes, back to concerning the reparation effort for the 1st of August. The meditation come to me as block of the sound. I was in the camp 2 weeks ago, and me and Priest Michael, as you know, he was one the person to help initiate a wall theater. He's the first person put down the first down payment for wall theater. Everybody just buy into it and was very success. And the DVD from that sell all over the place, but it never strengthened back the foundation because a lot of places that's pirate the the program. There are places that's recorded and sell it for themselves. A few of them might try to stop them from doing it. I say this piracy, man, because this material belongs to the EABIC. Anyhow, that's one thing. But talking about that, and he said, man, please, it would be good if we could go to Jamaica and see if we could strengthen back the program, just do something else to World Theater. I said, that'll be good. And then I said, well, we do something much better for August 1st. Then at the same time, Shimon called me. She was in Jamaica at that time, before he went back Antigua. Then I asked him about what other place we could book to have a program to deal with the 1st of August. And he said, Freedom Park. So I tell him check on it and see what it'll cost to book it. But he did check on it. And he gave me a price. He said it was $2,500 for the park. I think it's for 3 days, and for the chairs and bench and tables and tents go along with it. So I tell him we will look into that. And at the same time I started meditating more deeper for a couple of days, and I started reaching out to once, and I got a good response. And then I see where the African, the president from Ghana table inside the United Nations concerning reparation. And I know that that's not all come from Africa concerning the reparation in Ethiopia. And place of this year, he had a reparation program inside England. And the thought that's come to me and said, well, it'd be good if we could come together and actually concerning reparation and repatriation, not only from Bobo, but the whole Rastafari family in Jamaica and those in that diaspora also. We could send we not send we could present a petition to the King's House in Jamaica and get everyone to sign it through electronically. Everyone could sign from through the whole Rastafari family basically have a chance to sign in, because we don't have to go to no one. They can sign it online. And plus, we get a hard copy. We can have it reach the governor general office and through an email also. So I said, well, let me reach out to some of the elders, and I get a good response. So I said, let me bring it to the other council and see how we all see it, if that's possible. I think it's possible. But how once and one take it in and the meditation going forward. So that's what I want to get from the council this afternoon, to see if it's feasible, if it makes sense from the council going forward. I say I would go to Jamaica and pay the money for the. I don't think I have to pay the whole everything one time. I could put on a deposit on it and bucket for sure, and make sure we have it bucked. I could reach out to along with not myself alone, but once in one we could rally together and form a steering committee to really bring it together and make it a reality. We could check the different hostess in Jamaica. I know ones who part of that. I think the RCO. Yeah, I think I said it correct.
RMO.
RMO. I know ones have connection with them and as a part of that. So we could bring them on board, and the rest of the family. Also the reparation committee in Jamaica, and I spoke to the chair of the reparation committee here. It's a lady, professor at the University of the Bahamas. She'll try to make it possible for the reach down there also. And I said we could reach out to Henry Beckles, who's the chairman for CARICOM reparation committee, and that's anyone who know other person from who have I see influence within Jamaica. We could reach out to even Marcus Garvey's son, if he still could travel, and persons who we think could make an impact, and we could have a 3 days event. A day Despanaya Bengi service from the Bobo and the rest Rastafari family. A day for to march and persons to speak on reparation and awareness of Black consciousness. And I was thinking also we could reach out to the artists, Junior Reid, Sister Kipling, the rest of especially the Bobo Shanti, and the rest of artists. We could reach out to them and have them play a part in it, so they could come and sing some good, positive reggae songs also. And that's our Rastafari agitating and lobbying unification, and I think that'll have a big effect within the Caribbean, because that same petition could reach out to the Governor General in the Bahamas also, and throughout the Caribbean, and also the CARICOM, and eventually to those in Africa, the AU, and even to the president of Ghana. And I think that'll put us on a better agitating platform going forward. And I see this the time when they say hit the iron while it's hot. I think it'll be a good thing if we could pull that off going forward. And I mean, I know we have difficulties right now with the unification amongst ourselves, but that don't stop us from continue agitating. So that was the meditation. I said we need to bring it to the other council. But if once agree with it, I said I'll go down to Jamaica next week and see if I can rally with whoever I could rally with, and bug the place, and we sent ones on the foundation also. And Roddy, I already spoke to once in the Bahamas. I know a couple of graduates said they'll definitely be a part of the delegation over in Jamaica, and we can really sell it out to persons within the Caribbean also who could make it down to Jamaica for that grand event, and let's make it a success. So I wait for your response to me. Yes, I love. Hello.
Here, Honorable Chair.
Go on, preserve.
Oh, I didn't know my mic did mute. Yes, and I have a priest and then priest Rasavana. Blessed.
Priest Earl.
All right, go ahead, priest Rasavana.
Yes, my lord. Yeah, positive initiative. It's a positive initiative, and usually first of August is always a time when we do certain march and so forth and so on. So it is not outside of what we do. You know, it's just to strategically plan it and to approach it a certain way if we want to get the wider family involved and all the reparation components. You know, the Honorable Vereen Shepherd, she's the voice of CARICOM and the UN. She's also in Jamaica there. You know, we have access to her. So we would seek to get her involved if we're doing something like that. Professor Michael Barnett from UWI, he's part of the reparations commission there. And others, couple other races that are there, are part of the Sister Mitzi as well. I think she might have removed herself, but she's still a very influential person in the sphere of things. She kind of heads up the Bob Marley Foundation for right now. So, like I say, I see it as a good initiative. It's something that can bring us together. You know, it's a way of helping to galvanize a level of unity. You know, if the honorable priest will go down and when he's there, make sure that he has a in-house reasoning with the camp, getting them their endorsement. And if that is possible and that is done, that will make things even much more easier for the rest of the international family to be a part of it or to want to be a part of it. You know, and add the follow-up component, because the follow-up component is a very sellable idea. You know, knowing that after that, now the next move would be to go to the AU. I would say go to Ghana first and have the discussion with the Ghana official, because they have elected a reparations expert, Coleman, a sister named Coleman. So we could address her, and I have access to her. She was on one of the Elder Council's platform some time back when she first got the office. So we can reach out to her and have that discussion with her, and she run it through her system there in Ghana. And then we can go to the AU after that, maybe with her or with her guidance, you know, to get an audience with the AU to further have that discussion. So I think that's a sellable component, you know, and a sellable initiative that can help to galvanize us. Blessed.
Honorable Priest, let me ask you a question. Well, you think you will be available to be a part of the steering committee to make this a reality?
As long as if the council so deems it as an initiative that they will support, no problem. If the camp also agrees, then no problem. I will go with the collective. As long as the collective is down with it, I have no problem being a part of it and being beside the eye as the eye put it together, my lord. Not a problem.
Well, I already spoke to Priest Lamont about it. He said,
yeah, he and I spoke. Yeah, definitely. He and I spoke.
I spoke to Priest Kelvin from Trinidad. I didn't get to speak director, Priest Armsley and the rest of the persons from Trinidad, but I spoke to Priest Campbell about it also. He said he on board with it. I spoke to Justice about it also, and he said he on board with it also. Shimron spoke to once on the foundation. I didn't speak to no one directly. Priest don't want nobody as yet, but definitely I will do that. I plan to go down there myself and be involved with the foundation and see how best we can deal with it. I know, as you say, 1st of August, but we're trying to do March and once to March with us. So I will most definitely that the foundation will be on board because we went.
So we hear from the rest of the council, what they didn't think of the initiative. Give thanks, please, Rick, man. Give thanks, please, Dougie. But the rest of the panel think about that move.
Blessed love.
Blessed love, Honorable Empress.
Bishop man.
Blessed Empress, glorified.
You mentioned it to me before too.
Yes, yes, pardon me.
I think it's a good idea. Like our brethren, Honor Priest Blyden would say, 5% of something is better than 95% of nothing,
True.
So we give thanks for the effort, my Lord, and all strength from the Women's Freedom Liberation League. Anything positive is good. Just try your work. Try your work to do.
It's Snappy. Mr. Free Snappy on the platform. We haven't heard from him all
Yeah, man, me there, my lord, I'm listening, and I think it's a good initiative. Yeah, man, the idea we make a Rastafari have a vast knowledge with them thing there and priest with, man. So I think can accomplish a lot, man. So I endorse that,
Rastafari. Yeah. Priest Oswald.
I'm Priest Earl. Priest Earl then.
Priest Earl, like him call get dropped.
Priest 7.
Okay.
Oh no, Priest Earl back on.
Priest
Priest
7.
Earl, you could unmute your mic. Priest Oswald, go ahead.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
Give thanks for the day. Give thanks for the resurrection in us. And give thanks for the resurrection being a new start. It's a new cycle. Every time the resurrection comes, it's a new cycle. So the two individuals who are here, they mentioned, and the priest Campbell could come on board and the elders come on board. Let us do what we have to do. And if we do what we have to, because we are trying as a few and we could do it. Because Prisha Shavana have an arsenal and so is Right Honorable Diplomat Rickman. So we could do what we have to do and we should do it, and I totally endorse it and send love to everyone. Let us use the energy of the day and of the time to make a restart in our life, for us to resurrect ourselves going forward, my Lord and Majesty.
Give thanks.
Honorable Priest Rickman.
Blessed love, my Lord.
My Lord, are you Priest Javon father, my Lord?
No, priest one is that's the chairman. No, I called him up back in the day, but
my Lord, every time you hear my Lord, you sound exactly like him. I sound exactly like you.
True.
Give thanks, my Lord. I got the
Right.
man, I see him got Emmanuel, my Lord.
My Lord.
Priest Earl.
Through the chair, can I make an announcement, my lord? Just at
Go ahead,
yeah,
Priest.
man, I had a beautiful time here. So we're probably brethren coming from all over, and we had service Friday night, service Good Friday service. We have Sabbath morning service, and Sabbath evening service. And for every service, we have a 7-man upon the altar.
Yes.
Every service, the 4 service, then where we have a 7-man then upon the altar. And I mean, that's nice singing, and as I guess the place have a nice acoustic to it in a way, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
man. So everyone have a marvelous time, Really a beautiful time, my lord. So that's why I make the announcement,
Yes, I get thanks for that report, my lord.
Yeah, my Priest
sisters.
German, video it and things. So I'm sure we'll share some
Yeah,
Diana, you know? Yes, sir.
I see Sister Sarah did there too.
Jojo.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to add where priest Nappy say, we have 7 priests every day for the 4th time and 4 7s at 28. And Priest Murray was the number 7 priest on the last segment title. I read Psalms 28 to seal it up. My Lord and Empress.
I know. Rastafari.
Powers,
Yeah.
no? Powers.
Yes, I. Give thanks for them
Jojo.
vibes there. Yes, my Lord. They them sing Hallelujah.
Yes, I.
All right, that's what we are talking about, man. Yes, I. Stuff, all right. But I don't sing it until then, I don't know. But anyway, I know our next thing we don't talk about that thing, yeah. Get down.
My Lord.
Very
Well,
beautiful service, pre-snappy. Very powerful service. Give thanks.
Sister Empress Akimi were there.
No, I watched online. It was very, very powerful. Give
Okay.
thanks. Beautiful, yes.
Okay, please not pay you carry it up.
No, we make the man them. But free local carry one. We make the president from out of town.
Okay.
Yeah, Danny carry up one.
All
One of
right.
their brethren, Priest Evans carry up one.
Boy.
Mm.
I respect that priest nappy. I respect that with the item. You know that way? You want
So,
them who
man.
travel far, you make them carry it up. I really love that gesture, my lad.
Yeah, man, we have a beautiful time, man. Let's have, a whole good brother and sisterhood, Everyone
Right.
just in full accord. I mean, we get a portion of food, we get some portion of fruits and food and things,
Oh, my
where I'm
Lord.
an Empress get through a certain program to, and so everyone was well filled,
Rastafari.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Give thanks.
My Lord.
Yes,
Miss
sir.
Nappy,
Yes, Empress.
you get your picture?
Well, I don't know where you pick up. I want the family Empress. Lily.
That's the days in Miami.
Oh, yes,
sang-
right. When you come through Miami. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Who sang
Yeah, man.
Hallelujah, Hallelujah, sons and daughters, let us sing. The King of Zion, our glorious King who rose triumphant.
I love
Hallelujah.
that. One of my favorite him,
Yes.
Woman went away precisely. The faithful woman went away to see the tomb where niggas lay.
Yeah. Yes, I.
All right.
Tell you.
Yes, I.
White they sing who sat and spoke unto the tree. Yeah, Lord, would go to Galilee. Hallelujah, hallelujah. What a Savior. Savior Emmanuel.
Selassie.
Ah.
Rastafari. Yeah, man, yeah. Meditation order, that him there. Meditation order. Yes, I.
Well, order is a meditation order. Assassination order, same way.
It's true.
My
It's
Lord.
true. Rastafari.
True.
It's true. Yes, my Lord and Empress. So the floor is open.
Pre-snappy.
Yes, what you were saying?
Not to take it off of the conversation that we were having before, but glorifying in the Royal Empress for all the hard work that we see that she's been putting in the Miami branch and making certain that all these things are put together and curtains are put up and food is, she does so much. Empress
True,
Aubrey,
man.
give thanks for her,
Yes, I. Yeah, man. Whole work to put on one, back and forth, picking up
Send our
things.
love to Empress Avril. Please send our love to her.
I sure will, yeah, Empress, definitely.
A true man, our superhero that down here, our superwoman, our Omega.
Yeah, man. For real. Give thanks, Empress. I will relay the word, Yes, I.
And I also second the motion or, that with what is going on for August 1st. It sounds like a really powerful vibe that will, take part.
I pray did he call us? Did he call my name to say something, Honorable Chair? Honorable Chair.
Oh, Miriam, no, he didn't.
Oh, did my name call to support the move with Princess Savannah? Eh?
It's being called now.
Oh, he called now.
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, may I support it. May I support anything we're right. Which year gone?
3-7s, 3-7s and pre-serve.
Hello, this is Priest Earl here. Yes.
Yeah.
Unmute your mic, Priest Earl. Unmute your mic, Priest 7. Priest 7 might be away from his phone.
Yes, 3-7. Yeah, I saw him.
Yes, support that, And I just want to say I love the way how the priest is going about it. Spreading the word, 4 wings, and reaching out to esteem ones who understand the mission, So give thanks that we could, put more strength into repatriation with reparation and greater understanding how we could go about it. So give thanks, my Lord, appreciate you guys doing a good work. Bless the Lord.
Rastafari.
My Lord.
Yes. Floor is open.
To the chair.
My Lord, priest Oswald.
Blessed love to one and all again. As I was saying, we must understand, as Prisha Javana and the chairman always say, we must check the science in everything we're doing. Everything we are doing is coming down to mathematical and literally. Or there's literature and there's numerology. In marking and recording, everything is happening. How just planned it and how it's supposed to go. This is what is revealing to us today, and we must recognize that we are part of a serious and important part of our history in the making to join the gap closer to bring that unification that we need. And I see and I feel a lot of empathy and a lot of sympathy, and we are loving each other more and caring about each other more instead of keeping it too personalized. Because when we keep it personal, that's ourselves. That's between ourselves and ourselves, the God in us. But amongst us as a team, we must work together. When we see time is right for us to sign the dotted lines or, cross our T's or whatever we have to do, is the time to do it because the science is right for us to do things together. So let us not delay and stop the procrastinating and do a little more today because we have people qualified and we respect each other's talent. We understand the team that we are working with, we know and we understand the talent. So let us continue working hard to push the youths to control it. Let the youths control it while the LSS rock and advise and steer, my Lord and Majesty. Let us use the time that God gave us allotted and the information that He gave us, and people are ready to accept it now to move on and put the pressure on them. Because the world is being controlled. I missed big parts of the thing today because I was tired resting. And I know that Israel is the monkey range who is trying to dominate and do everything to corrupt. Everybody's talking about everything else, but nobody is talking about Africa. But everything is pointing to Africa, the cradle of civilization, and they want to use that to create the World War III so they could stop elections and so much things they have to do. That's just my take on it. I don't want to go back into things that you all probably completed today. But let us keep it up and use the science and the effective time that we have allotted for us to do anything positive and right and it will work for us, my Lord and Empresses.
Blessed, blessed.
Priest Adigan? Priest Adigan is still there?
Yeah,
Yes, he is.
Unmute your mic. With the other rest of
Yeah. Hours now in a
Listen
Yeah. Yeah.
Priest,
So
Priest Rastavana,
yes, Mama.
I would like to endorse what Empress Trisha said about Sister Avril. Her love and kindness, you know.
Rastafari. Yes,
Her
I.
love and kindness, you know, because right now it's she when they come out of the Empress Freedom Liberation League and carry the Sister Miriam know about this, the Zoom with them. Sister Avril step up and say, use my Zoom, you know?
Rastafari.
That's how the
Give
Empress
thanks.
League is carrying our Zoom from that. So I like to
Yes.
endorse and give
Remember that. Yes,
yeah
I.
for her love and kindness, you know. And she's walking in the steps of Peace Rasamana. She's
Yes,
walking
sir.
in the steps of a great woman. Remember Sister Martha and Sister Joan them and Sister Iope them and Sister Marina them? In
Yes,
those
yes.
in the 90s when they used to do the same thing with Sister Avril doing.
Yes, sir.
God hand is not short, you know.
We know Sister
Then
Avril from long. She has assisted I and I with our Gavi program as well. And yeah, she works with the youth. And she's a multifaceted woman, a woman that wears many hats. You know, to be commended on all levels. You know, yeah, can't hold back a commendation for her. She is
Rastafari.
worthy of all commendation. Give thanks.
Yes, I.
blessed love, I
Yeah.
give thanks. And the
Majesty.
power of Freedom Liberation League, you know, with it.
Rastafari.
And
And if anyone have any sealer word to see the topic, we can come to the bringing it down. And we'd
Yes,
like
man.
the priest to bring it down, my Lord and Empress. Anyone with any sealer word?
Well, we've been calling on Priest Earl to get his word on the project.
Yeah. Let me see. Like him drop again. I
No,
think.
man.
No,
Oh
more.
no.
Which project
Sir.
I didn't pick you up there.
Yeah, priest. Sir.
Yeah, because you know, sometimes I'm still moving up
Say
and
okay.
down. Yeah, so
The,
I didn't get
the
that word.
project. Give me your word. Give me your word on the project that Honorable Priest Rickman is proposing. Do you see it as a, you know, how you see it?
You know, I didn't get all that you were saying, cause I tell you, say, through I'm
Yeah.
in the kitchen, also in the fire room there, so I was just moving to and fro, so I never get everything that you were saying. But
Yeah, he was
if
talking about
it's,
a march and the petition and
oh,
you know,
yes,
so
yes.
forth.
Oh, the
For
1st
the part.
August.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Well, we always do something for the 1st August, right? Well, you know, all we have to do is revive forward the program and no say, you know, everyone who Jawda said like that to, you know, the AU, you know, the different government office and so forth, cause we have to try to revive forward, you know, that. It's what me I say. Yes, so, you know, I just that works and we have to do it. It's what me I say. Yes, cause the 1st August, as you know, always have something going, so. You know, I think me and the priest reason and I speak about emancipation part there, you know. Yeah, but what happened now in those earlier days we never really enter the emancipation part on the 1st of August, cause we always say is trying to park us, fulfill the road of emancipation means send us home. So over the years we never, you know, yeah, so that was one of the restriction we carry, but you know, things change, so I don't know. Yeah, you know, we went in there with just to a couple months ago, but it wasn't the 1st of August. I know the 1st of August is very significant towards going home, Freedom Day. You know what I mean? Yes. So good program. But we need to send it out to the different media, anything that we are doing, you know, one purpose.
Give thanks, my lord. Risadigan, you there yet? Risadigan. Don't want to leave him out and him feel like we left him out. We not hear him. Risadigan. But if we're not hearing him, you know, my lord, honorable chair, you can make the call to come bring it. Research.
Research can bring it down.
Yes, my Lord and Empress, do give thanks again, you know. Yes, and I call for the club. Virtual reverence, you know. Truly, and I sound and Rastafari. From Rastafari committee salvation, Rastafari only there recognize salvation. You all how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and in love. It is like the precious ointment that is upon the head that run down upon the beard, even here and there that went down upon the skirt of his garment. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that ascend upon the mountain of Zion, where your Rastafari command the blessing, even life and love forevermore. O hail our God, Selassie, I Jehovah, God, Rastafari. O Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari, is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reigned the heart of all flesh. How thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah, God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that I and I shall be saved and redeemed. How thou most high God, Rastafari. Hear I voice, O join in thy prayer, preserve thy life from fear of the enemy. In Emmanuel 7, that thou, God,
Rastafari.
One perfect love, royal family.
My Lord.
Listen.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. At our celebration.
Blessed love, royal gods and goddesses. Till we meet again at the eagle.
Celebration, family, give thanks. Out of love.
Blessed love.
Peace and love, peace and love. What are the love?
What are the love?
My Lord.
Resurrection.
Yeah, man. Keep it black and beautiful, you know?
Rastafari. Empress Akim, blessed love.
Blessed love, Priest Ainsley.
Majesty bless. Honorable Empress Maisie, Empress Lily May, Empress Trisha, Empress Dion, Royal Secretary, Majesty bless.
Royal Peck. Soon get big fat check.
To the chair. Honorable Priest Ainsley.
Yeah.
Who is Iras Levi?
That my brethren who does come and check me.
Are you looking at the screen, Priest Ainsley?
I'm a bonafide that God.
All right. Priest Levi, Honorable Prophet Levi.
My Lord, are you looking at the screen?
The present there. I just tell him keep up the good work. Tell him keep up his good work, his charitable ways, you know? My Lord and Empress. Love to the house.
My Lord.
Blessed love.
Yes, sir. Blessed love.
Yes, I want to come out to help me do the work better. You know, that was a little piece of my video there from Friday.
Okay.
Oh, beautiful. I was wondering if that was a current video. Beautiful.